we wonder if you could talk specifically about those reforms on the cutting out of FBI agents having access to querying of FISA information, the fact that there are criminal penalties now for agents that are engaged in inappropriate activity as it relates to FISA. Please tell us some of those reforms and how those have been implemented. Director Patel.
Sorry, I thought you were asking DNI. Absolutely. So we've gone above and beyond what RISA requires since I became director 13 months ago. We not only require supervisory special agents to approve the query request of U.S. persons, we also require the general counsel's office and lawyers to come in and agree with that request before we can proceed. Also, we have we used to, before this, had a default which allowed queries when we were utilizing our system to say it automatically searches 702. You now have to actually opt in and select that box to make sure that you are intentionally doing so. On top of that, we've reduced the number of personnel at the FBI from 6,600 before I got there to 3,500 that have access to it, not that use it, but that have access to it. And we've also gone above and beyond what RISA requires in terms of if you misuse it unintentionally or recklessly. If you use it misuse it unintentionally, like you typed the name wrong in terms of spelling or whatnot, you have to, your access is suspended and be retrained. If you recklessly use it, you're immediately terminated your access forever.
Thank you.
Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, it is your job and the job of your agency and department to assess the views of Iranian leadership, their policy beliefs and policy positions, correct?
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And the now leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment, yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
It is unknown at this time.
You testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khamenei, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program, or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
And that fatwa remained in place recently, correct?
As far as I know, it has not been lifted.
Yeah, you're aware of no information that would lift that fatwa?
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement. He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes, and so the decision-making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
So it's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership and their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
That's an accurate assessment.
One of your jobs is to create products assessing Iran and the threats it poses to the United States, correct?
Yes.
And that includes potential outcomes for military action, correct?
It includes outcomes of a variety of scenarios.
Like in the likelihood of those outcomes?
Yes.
Generally, when you make assessments about threats facing the United States, you will look at, in Iran, in any instance, the likely scenarios that have come out of military action, correct?
The intelligence community takes all of those factors into account when they create these assessments.
When you look at the threats posed by foreign countries, you also assess timelines to those threats, correct?
What do you mean by timelines?
Like a breakout time, for example, for nuclear weapons or the development of ballistic missiles.
Yes, based on the information available at any given time.
In the timeline also for potential terrorist attacks, correct?
Broadly, yes, assesses all matters available
for the IC to assess the timeline of all threats. Nuclear weapons development, ballistic, right?
Yes.
Ballistic weapons development.
Based on the information available, yes.
Terrorist attacks.
Same applies.
Cyber attacks, timelines for all of those, correct?
When there is information available that point to that, yes.
In likelihood, as well as the timeline, correct?
Based on the information available.
Timing is important, is it not?
It is an important factor that goes into the assessment.
So it is your position sitting here today that you made no timeline determination as to threats that Iran had facing the United States, correct?
That's a very broad statement, but where the information is available, the intelligence community factors that into their assessment products.
Did you or the IC make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
Did any of them show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days from Iran?
It's too simplistic of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring.
Did those assessments show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the United States?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat, and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to expand on the questioning from my colleague, Mr. LaHood. Regarding FISA 702, obviously it is the imminent issue right before us. Will expire in a month. Unequivocally, the most critical national security tool our nation has to keep us safe from fentanyl, from foreign wars, and everything in between. Mainly to Director Ratcliffe, but any of you can answer this. One of the most perplexing debates that I've been subject to in my time here is this debate over what warrants are and when they're needed. In the 250-year history of this country, and going back to the very origins of law enforcement, we have always had a warrant requirement, on the collection of evidence. We have never had a warrant requirement on the querying of already lawfully collected data, which is why we don't require police officers to get warrants when they run license plates, querying off of already lawfully collected DOT data. It's why we don't require police officers to get a warrant to enter the evidence locker in their police precincts, which contains already lawfully collected data. It would literally shut down the system. And that's not a warrant requirement. That's a secondary warrant requirement. That's a warrant requirement on steroids. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, I know you've been subject to these questions as well. Is it just a confusion over the difference between the collection of evidence versus the querying of our already lawfully collected data? Is it a lack of understanding of what incidental collection is, which is a fundamental precept of law enforcement? But if we have a warrant requirement on steroids for now the querying of already lawfully collected data, just by the numbers, that would require an expansion of the federal judiciary by a factor of 100. It would literally shut down our law enforcement apparatus at perhaps the most dangerous time in our nation's history. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, if you could just walk me through your analysis there.
Well, I'll start, Congressman. Thanks for the question. Again, thanks for highlighting this important issue. And as has been pointed out, reforms should be implemented where they're necessary. And I think, speaking for myself, and I know Director Patel supported the reforms from 2 years ago to make improvements, and they did. And so some reforms should be considered. A warrant isn't one of them. And with respect to the reforms that have been implemented, we're talking about, when we talk about Fourth Amendment rights and privacy concerns, we're at a 99.9% compliance rate with respect to that. So I would start by saying, why are you trying to fix what's not broken with something that I can tell you from this seat, the fix would not work. And I go back to my comment before. DNIs, CIA directors, FBI directors, the people that have been in all of these chairs before on a bipartisan basis agree that a warrant won't work and don't advocate for it. Again, Congressman, you're correct. This is lawfully collected information. And these things come at you very fast, and you have to make decisions very quickly, and sometimes in a matter of hours. You have to act on the information that you have lawfully, that has been lawfully collected to interdict drug shipments or terrorist activities, and a warrant requiring you to go to the court to seek probable cause for information that has already been lawfully collected only prevents that from happening. I don't understand. I understand that it's well-meaning for people that are proposing it, but again, I would defer to the people who sit in these chairs and make these decisions who would tell you that it doesn't work.
Anybody else want to comment on the warrant requirement?
So, Congressman, I'd love to comment. Thanks for the question. I do just want to add a couple of points. Agree with everything Director Radcliffe said. Not only is this already collected data on foreign personnel outside of the United States, but the data that is being queried has also already been analyzed to ensure that it contains foreign intelligence value, which I think is a very important part of this. And then when we query a U.S. person term, we're not querying for U.S. person information. We're querying for foreign intelligence that has already been evaluated at least once to contain foreign intelligence in the database that's being accessed. And then the final piece that I think is important is that both the FISC and the Department of Justice have established robust legal and compliance rules that we adhere to and that is audited by DOJ for every query that we make.
Thank you. I yield back.
Dr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, we've known each other for a long time. We were both elected to Congress in 2012 and served together for a while. I may not have always agreed with your positions, but I respected the consistency of some of your positions. Director Gabbard, following the January 3rd, 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani, you gave a speech on the House floor 6 days later, on January 9th, 2020. In this speech, that is firmly in the congressional record and available for anyone to view, you stated, quote, President Trump has committed an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. A war that was so devastating, it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic. On February 28, 2026, the Trump administration, under which you are the president's principal intelligence advisor, launched an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. This war has already been costly and devastating. 13 American service members have lost their lives, including Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marsden from my home, California. Approximately 200 service members have been wounded. The Pentagon reported that the first 6 days of operation $1 billion. That is almost $2 billion per day. That was the first 6 days, and now we're in the 19th day of this war. That's ballooned into a regional conflict, putting the lives of Americans and our allies throughout the Middle East in danger. Director Gabbard, do you still believe that strikes against Iran that don't have congressional authorization constitute an illegal and unconstitutional act of war?
Congressman, thank you for the question. The cost of war weighs very heavily upon me and my colleagues here, especially for those of us who have experienced and seen the cost of war firsthand. Okay. My own personal and political views, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked and required by Congress and by the President in this role as the Director of National Intelligence to check those views at the door to ensure that intelligence assessments are not covered by my personal views. And that's exactly what I am responsible for.
War with Iran would be so costly and devastating that it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a mess.
Once again, in this role, it is essential that I do not allow any of my personal views on any issues to color or bias the intelligence reporting that we deliver to you and to the President.
Director Gabbard, in this hearing 1 year ago, I asked some questions, and I'll paraphrase my exact question. It's like, we should keep politics out of this, even if the president disagrees with a directive, if it goes against personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security. I want your word that you will always provide and give the honest advice to the president, even if it will make him angry. I asked you that question. I'm going to read your answer. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the president of the accurate, timely, unbiased reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or review, objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and the American people. Director Gabbard, there is no imminent threat of nuclear breakout. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I have delivered the intelligence community's assessments to the president.
There was no imminent nuclear threat to the United States. There was no evidence of imminence that Iran was going to attack American assets. That's different from anything they've done over 4 decades. That was going to attack our homeland. There was no imminent threat. Imminent is defined in the dictionary as something that is about to happen. Not something that's been happening for 4 decades, not something that is going to happen 3 months from now, not something that's going to happen a year from now. Imminent said this is about to happen. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I delivered the intelligence community's objective analysis of the threats, the severity of those threats, and the scope, along with assessments of the different scenarios and contexts that exist within the Middle East.
The president owes it to the American people to go on television, to explain to the American people, to the service members who have died in action serving our country, why we are at war with Iran. He needs to go on television and explain that directly to the American people, what the imminent threat was.
Gentleman's time has expired. I would advise members that a vote has been called. It's a single vote, and if members want to shuttle back and forth so we can maintain the continuity of the hearing, we'll do that. So if you start to see it, just to our witnesses, you know how this works. They'll be moving in and out to go address that vote and then returning to their seat. But at this time, I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit an article from Politico dated February 24th, 2026. And the title of it is Head of State of the Union Dems Demand Trump Make Iran Plan Public. I think most Americans understand that if the President of the United States makes those plans public, then the United States well, that was the State of the Union. Director Patel, I'm going to come to you very quickly, and then I'm going to move on. But I listened closely to Senator Langford's testimony yesterday about fraud and the other things that are going on. And I want to bring your attention, March 20th, 2024, an unsuspecting Uber driver named Letha Tulana Hall drove to a house near Columbus, Ohio to pick up a package. She had no idea that the 81-year-old man who lived there had just received a series of phone calls from scammers who had threatened to kill him if he did not give the woman coming to his house $12,000 in cash. He killed the lady, so she's dead. He now has a life sentence. Are you aware of any action or investigation that the Justice Department has taken to pursue justice, to bring the scammers and put them and make them pay for what they did?
I think you're referring to, Congressman, scam centers and scam compounds that are wreaking havoc on our citizens.
I'm referring to this individual case. This lady was murdered, and a man now has life in prison.
I can't speak to that individual case. I can tell you what we're doing generally if you wish, but as you said.
No, sir, I want to bring that case to your attention. I think that we need to pursue that. Someone is dead and someone else has life in prison. And it was the scammers that did it. My heart goes out to both families, but the scammers are the ones that need to pay the price. They're the guilty party here. Director Gabbard, you made a lot of changes at ODNI, changes that I think were necessary, that I want to give you the chance to talk about. So what concrete steps in ODNI 2.0, what are they taking to address politicization, weaponization of intelligence, and unauthorized leaks, and how will these reforms help rebuild public trust in the intelligence community and help the United States of America?
Thank you very much for the question, Congressman. I committed to all of you before taking this role that I would execute on that, to bring back ODNI's focus on its core mission, to cut the fat, to cut away any detractions away from that, and to ensure that our intelligence community was providing objective, timely, and relevant intelligence to the President and to policymakers. I conducted a ground-based review of the mission, the capabilities, and measuring effectiveness of ODNI, which resulted in a reduction of force by roughly 40% and a narrowing of focus and reorganization that consolidated and coordinated the experts within the ODNI in order to be able to deliver those effects. Leaking continues to be a prolific problem across the IC. We have and continue to implement tools and capabilities within the Zero Trust framework to be able to get after those leakers and refer them to the Department of Justice for investigation and prosecution. We've seen, we are continuing to focus on the issue of analytic tradecraft and the integrity of it, once again, to make sure that the analysis that's being conducted is not being colored by anyone's political or personal views on any issue. To that effect, we have and continue to conduct re-looks at different intelligence products that have been provided in the past. As the chairman mentioned, one related to anomalous health incidents, to identify politicization of these products in the past, and also make updates to intelligence community directives to ensure that these things don't happen again.
Could you speak briefly to China's presence in the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere?
I'll be able to speak to this more in the classified setting, sir.
Okay. Director Ratcliffe, I'm going to have questions for you there as well. We have not heard much about Haiti lately in the news, but it's very close to the United States. My understanding is that 1 in 4 Haitians, about 2.5 million people, now live in an area controlled by an armed group. Can you speak to what is happening in Haiti?
Yes, sir. This was something that we talked about within the annual threat assessment. Haiti, along with Cuba, continue to be areas of volatility. Haiti, as you mentioned specifically, is being controlled by a gang, and we've seen increasing threats on U.S. persons within Haiti. These two countries continue to create challenges where, with increased instability, may be one of those drivers of increased migration flows to the U.S.
Thank you all for your service.
Gentleman's time's expired. Now recognize Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I can start by talking about something I was disappointed in the administration by comments made by members of the administration that Israel drew the United States into conflict with Iran, seeming to buy conspiracy theories that scapegoat Israel, while dismissing that Iran poses a persistent threat to America and our service members and diplomats in the region. While the president then clarified this is not the case and that America entered into a joint operations with our ally under our own accord, many still seem confused about what precipitated this conflict and the threat Iran posed to us directly. So if I could ask Director Ratcliffe just a couple questions, yes or no, if that's okay with you. Is the Iranian regime committed to America's destruction, in your opinion?
Yes.
Does the Iranian regime have American blood on their hands since its founding in 1979?
Yes.
Has Iran plotted assassination attempts against Americans on American soil?
Yes.
Was Iran developing a nuclear weapon prior to our military action last June? And did Iran remain committed to developing a nuclear weapon in the lead up to this conflict?
Yes, so I want to clarify on that because there's been much talk about a fatwa against the development of a nuclear weapon.
Can you come back to that 1 second? Let me finish these,
you
and that's
bet.
okay? If left unchecked, do you think Iran would have the ability to develop missiles capable of reaching the United States?
Yes.
Did Israel force the U.S.'s hand and make us take action, as some have claimed?
No.
Director Gabbard, do you agree with the CIA director's assessment on that last question in
Yes.
particular? Great. Do you want to go back to that point you want to make?
Yeah, much has been made by some about a fatwa against the development of nuclear weapons. Notwithstanding the fatwa, what we know, and the intelligence community is in agreement on this, is that Iran possesses at least 440 kilograms of uranium enriched to weapons grade 60%, which doesn't have a civilian use. The only use for that would be the development of nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Director. Director Gabbard, I want to raise serious concerns about your recent hiring of Dan Caldwell, a strict critic of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, who's argued that U.S. forces in the Middle East are, quote, more of a burden than a benefit, has claimed that Iran's nuclear program does not pose a risk to America, despite the IC's assessment to the contrary. Dan has also said that our relationship with Israel has no benefit to American national security. This follows the resignation of Joe Kent this week, a senior ally of yours who is a conspiracy theorizing white supremacist with a tattoo panzer referring to Nazi tanks. He has made known his backwards opinions of Israel in his resignation letter, scapegoating them for U.S. intervention in Iran and Iraq. Director, what role do you anticipate Mr. Caldwell playing in shaping intelligence assessments or internal discussions related to Iran and Israel? And can you guarantee to this committee that no individuals in your leadership are undermining the objectivity of intelligence at this critical moment?
Sir, my understanding is one of my elements sought to hire Dan Caldwell months ago for a purely administrative role that would not have any position over the intelligence analysis or assessments on any topic.
Thank you. Director, as you know, the Iranian regime has been responsible for the deaths that we've talked about of scores of Americans since coming to power in '79. Iran and its terror proxies must be crushed. I've been clear on that point in the last weeks and throughout my time in Congress. I supported the decisive action taken on February 28th to remove key regime leaders and degrade Iran's ballistic missile and naval capabilities. However, I think it's really important the administration make its goals clear to Congress and to the American people. Director, were you in a meeting to discuss a possible strike on Iran?
Congressman, there were several meetings that were held in advance. I'm sure I was in at least some of them.
Did the intelligence community brief the president on the potential impacts the conflict could have on global supply chains and on oil and gas prices prior to the outbreak of hostilities? Were you in a meeting? Were you in any meetings where that came up?
Yes, that is the intelligence community's assessments, and those were provided.
Director, did the IC, Director Radcliffe, if I can ask this to you, did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner?
Was the president, say it again, was the president?
Did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner or could be a hardliner?
So to be clear, the president's objectives with respect to Operation Epic Fury did not include regime change. That may be different from what Israel's objectives were, but yes, the president was briefed in the event that Supreme Leader.
Good. That's great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just have 20 seconds. Director Patel, does Iran pose a threat to the homeland, and what specific steps are you taking to detect, prevent, and disrupt terrorist plots targeting Americans at home?
Iran, as the world's largest state sponsor of terror, does pose a continuing threat to the homeland. And just last year, our Iran Threat Mission Center housed in the FBI, our fusion cell, saw a 43% increase in Iranian spy actors willing to steal our information and attack our citizens. So that's just one example, sir.
Thank you. I yield.
Dr. Jackson.
Good morning. First off, I want to say thank you all for your time today, and thank you for our service to our country. Much appreciated. I thank the chairman for his opening remarks on anomalous health incidents, AHI. As many of you are aware, one of my primary responsibilities in this particular committee, I am the subcommittee chairman of Oversight and Investigations, where the investigation of AHI is and has been a central oversight effort. And so I am going to ask a quick question about this. Director Ratcliffe, during the Biden administration, the CIA very poorly, in my opinion, handled this issue. Since then, a CIA doctor has provided perjured testimony under oath and obstructed our congressional investigation. A quick question for you. Do you affirm that the CIA personnel are under no direction to make false statements to Congress in order to conceal CIA equities or activities related to the handling of AHI during the Biden administration?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I want to ask Mr. Patel, I got a question for you here. As a member of this committee, I also have a regional responsibility that includes Africa. I'm very concerned about the radical Islamic terror threat that exists there and is growing by the day. Whether it's al-Qaeda-affiliated groups such as JNMI, AQIM, al-Shabaab, or ISIS-inspired groups such as ISIS West Africa, ISIS Sahel, ISIS Somalia, or Boko Haram. These are radical, dangerous groups that want to kill Americans. After 4 years of an open border during the Biden administration, where we know countless individuals with terror ties, many to these groups, cross our southern border, and at a time when we are actively engaged with the largest state sponsor of radical jihadi terror, can you confirm that the threat to the American people in this setting is much higher due to the Democrats' current defunding of the Department of Homeland Security?
As I highlighted earlier, Congressman, the FBI works hand in glove with the Department of Homeland Security and our 59 established Homeland Security task forces around the country. And those officers are now going 1 month without pay, but they're still showing up to work. But yes, funding would absolutely help us protect the homeland.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One more question. Anyone that feels inclined can answer this. But according to the Council on Foreign Relations, another Africa-related question, 51% of global terrorism-related deaths occurred in Africa's Sahel region, including the Lake Chad Basin. Does the intelligence community assess that Boko Haram, ISIS West Africa, and other terrorist groups operating in the Lake Chad Basin are a threat to the U.S. interest, whether it's here in the homeland or regional U.S. interest? If so, how does this lack of counterterrorism cooperation that we're currently experiencing with the allied states of the Sahel, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso impact that? And tied to that, how does the rise of alternative security forces such as Russia's Wagner Group, or now Africa Corps, how has that impacted our counterterrorism efforts in the region?
Congressman, the continued rise of these Islamist terrorist groups, as you've pointed out, in Africa, West Africa, and around the world continues to be a serious concern and major focus of the intelligence community. The challenges within the region are very complex because they have to do with governance challenges in many of these countries. They have to do with economic challenges as well as external influences, both with funding and equipping of these terrorist organizations. So yes, it has made our counterterrorism, longstanding counterterrorism efforts in these regions, as well as those of our allies in this fight, such as the French and other countries, far more difficult because of the very real threat within that region to U.S. persons. If we are not able, if the U.S., if the Department of War is not able to coordinate with and get the support of the governments of these countries in order to tackle this terrorist threat, then it's not a safe or operable environment for them to continue that fight.
Thank you. And to the Africa Corps has made it very difficult for us to develop those relationships and get those agreements so that we can continue to, make sure that this is not being brought home to the homeland. Is that correct?
That is a factor of many.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. My question is basically starting with some HR questions, and they're first for Director Patel. If you could help me a little bit understand, I come out of the military family as well, but I don't know very much about the FBI's HR process or the growing up of an FBI expert. Could you help me understand how long it takes for a senior counterintelligence expert, especially one maybe focused on a very narrow threat, to be developed? How many years, I guess, would be my question.
Thank you, Congresswoman. That varies. Sometimes right out of Quantico, new agent trainees are placed on the counterintelligence mission set, and some people come in from the fraud section, so the answer varies. It could take a couple months to a couple of years.
And the next question is, when a person comes up in your system in the military, it was always the needs of the Navy or the needs of the Air Force. It was never the needs of the airman or the soldier or the sailor in terms of prioritizing our readiness, in terms of making sure that we met the mission. Is the FBI similar?
It is similar, ma'am. It's a dynamic threat landscape, so we flux and surge based on the CI/CT cyber threats and other threats to the homeland, and violent crime mission has seen a surge as well.
So my specific question is that there was a report that came out in February from CNN that the FBI had let go or fired dozens of agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring Iran. And apparently the reason, at least reported in the press, was that these individuals had been involved in the investigation of classified document handling from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and that this was the reason why they were summarily let go. First of all, are you aware of those firings, and do you concur with the rationale or reason for those firings?
I'm aware of that, and I know there's a pendency of litigation, so I'm not able to comment on them.
Did you yourself order those firings?
The FBI, every time there is someone who violates our code of conduct or ethical standard, conducts an internal investigation with the careers there, and they present a decision point to me. The Iranian Threat Mission Center has seen an increase of 43% in arrests for Iranian spy actors. So the Iranian Threat Mission Center has never been stronger.
So I'm not asking about, I'm asking about whether those people were fired because they were involved in the investigation of the document handling by President Trump, not for any behavior issues. Is that your understanding as well?
Again, ma'am, I can't comment on them because those are in pending litigation.
I guess I'm a little stymied here, Director, because it feels as though literally when there was a possible pending war, I'm outside of this intelligence circle in many ways, even though I serve on the Intelligence Committee. You collectively must have been aware when these firings happened that there was a meaningful chance that the U.S. might be engaged with a war in Iran. And having these very expert, super qualified folks summarily dismissed at this time, it just feels like an odd choice in timing. Were you aware at the time that this was going down, that this may end up weakening the mission and the readiness of that group?
The mission, as I stated, has never been stronger when you see a 43% increase in counterintelligence arrests and 21% increase in cyber arrests against the Iranian Threat Mission Center. I focus on providing the American people as strong as possible. I don't work on timelines. I work on evidence that presented to me.
I guess my concern is that it feels as though, and I very much honor the tone and tenor of this hearing, that this is about making sure that that we depoliticize what is the most important thing that we all do, which is keep us safe. And it feels as though this issue is a political issue, and I just am worried that we are taking really good, really qualified people and picking fights with one another across party lines, rather than making sure that we protect ourselves and keep ourselves safe. With the remainder of my time, Director Gabbard, I have a question regarding the fact that the Secretary of the Treasury this week on oil exports, and now the Russians are able to sell oil again. Did the IC assess that clearing the way for increased Russian oil sales would benefit Moscow, possibly?
I don't believe there's been a formal IC assessment on this topic yet, as it is underway.
So I would highly encourage that, because it feels as though by easing these sanctions, we are directly Ukrainian soldiers, and an increased likelihood that Putin will be successful in his war with Ukraine. I thank you for your time, and I yield.
Ms. Wagner.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being with us today. As we sit here in Washington, our armed forces and our intelligence assets are engaged in conflict with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran. A radical, ruthless, and murderous regime that has killed and maimed thousands of United States troops and citizens over the past 50 years. CIA Director Ratcliffe, can you elaborate for the American people on the threat that Iran posed to our American personnel in the region prior to Operation Epic Fury? To the extent you can in open hearing.
Sure, Congresswoman, happy to address that. I think is well documented, and as you've encapsulated, Iran has been a constant threat for the last 47 years. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans killed, certainly thousands of Americans maimed as a result of activities of Iran and its IRGC over the years. But particularly, no cessation with respect to the threats to U.S. interests and forces in the region, not just from Iran, but from its proxies, from Iraqi militia groups like Kataib Hezbollah, Lebanese Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all of these proxies, if you will, of the Iranian regime, funded by the Iranian regime, committing assaults and attacks on American interests persistently.
So they did pose
Absolutely.
An absolute threat.
A constant and immediate threat at all times.
Thank you. General Adams, as Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, can you inform the American people about the threat our armed forces have eliminated thus far?
Yes, ma'am. Representative Wagner, thanks for the question, and I will like to go in detail. I'm going to cover a little bit here. We will be able to cover more detail in the classified session. But the goals that the President has set out and that have been accomplished and executed by the Central Command were aligned along the DNI's discussion earlier. One, eliminate their ability to power project. And that was inclusive of ballistic missiles, but it also includes their UASs. And so we have been very effective. We can talk about specific numbers in the closed session.
Okay.
Their ability to reproduce both missiles and UASs we've been very effective. And you can tell from the news, in fact, the chairman talked about it this morning, we have sunk their Navy. And so those specific objectives have been very well accomplished, and we'll go into great detail in the closed.
General Hartman, as acting director of the National Security Agency, can you explain how weakening the Iranian regime is impacting the availability of resources to our adversaries like China? Mike, please.
Thanks for the question. Obviously, I'm not able to go into any classified discussion here, but certainly weakening the regime and weakening the collaboration between Iran, China, Russia, other adversaries has a global effect of making the world safer.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for all your insights, and thank you for keeping our troops and our American people safe. As you know, I chair the first ever subcommittee on open source intelligence. Over the past year, our subcommittee has been working tirelessly to ensure the intelligence community is leveraging the vast amount of commercially available information to the highest degree of efficiency and cost effectiveness. Director Ratcliffe, as the CIA is the functional manager of open source intelligence, does the CIA know which data has been acquired across all agencies within the IC?
Thanks for the question, Congresswoman. As you know, the CIA's open source enterprise is driving the open source collection across the entire IC in support of the administration's top priorities. Two of those priorities I've already talked about: counter-narcotics and threats from adversaries, use of emerging technologies. Those collections, as a result of our open source, are up 70%, 40 or 45% collectively. The CIA does lead the IC in pioneering new uses of AI to extract insights from the vast amounts of open source data that are there that we then share with analysts, warfighters, everyone across the IC.
I thank you. My time has expired. I have a lot more questions dealing with open source that we will do in closed session. So I thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Mr. Gomez, I want to make sure that all members have had an opportunity to vote because they are prepared to close that vote on the floor. If you haven't, please go do so at this time. Looks like we're good. All right, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get right into it. Director, last year you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context with that, Iran had all of the
time.
to do so.
I claim my time. Easy answer. You stand to what you said last year or not?
It is a serious question that requires the totality of
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump asked about your testimony, he said you were wrong. Were you lying or not?
I by the intelligence community's
With that,
complete assessment.
Director Ratcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last spring in Congress. So the Supreme Leader has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. Do you agree with what she said or not? Yes or no?
The director's right here. She can speak for herself.
Oh, so I thought this was an intelligence community briefing. let's move on. Trump also said he didn't care what you thought or said. Should he care about what you have to say when it comes to intelligence?
I continue to provide the president with the intelligence community's assessments on all matters.
So let me just kind of get this straight. The department, you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last year. President Trump said he didn't care what you thought, you were wrong. They engaged in Operation Midnight Hammer. He then says it was obliterated. We hear later reports that in open source reporting it was only set back by a few months. Then at the beginning of this war, he said that they were weeks away. I just want to kind of get a sense of, were they weeks away of achieving a nuclear weapon? Yes or no?
Congressman, this is a serious matter, and you've made some very serious mischaracterizations
yes
here.
Yes or no? Were they weeks
and so
away?
It would be
yes
a
or no?
disservice to you and the American people to answer this question with a mere yes or no.
Reclaiming my time. Were they weeks away or not? The American people need to know if this was an imminent threat or not. If they're weeks away or not. If they're months away or not. None of this dodging. Were they an imminent threat? Yesterday you said that only the president, the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
The president as commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, well, the intelligence.
Reclaim my time. Reclaim my time.
Intelligence community has provided a body of intelligence that supports
the reason why
the decision
is that if the president can determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own. No matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically saying. Okay, let's go on. Director Gabbard, you said that North Korea has intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the homeland. Yet, the Defense Department said that Iran was at least 10 years away from achieving an intercontinental ballistic missile that can reach the homeland. Which one is a more serious threat, North Korea or Iran?
These threats are taken within the context of the total body of intelligence reporting.
So that's it should be, and that's my point. It's not just about having the capability of building a weapon. It's if they can actually deliver that weapon. If they can, they have the intention of doing that. How many weeks away are they? We haven't heard that there were weeks away. We haven't heard that there were months away. But that's what we're waiting for. Imminent means is that they're putting things into position, artillery. They're getting ready to attack. Everything we've heard is that this is not the case.
Gentleman's time is expired. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here and for the work you do. It's a marvel that just 1 year of leadership from the White House shifted the conversation in this room from that of appeasement and passivity from the Biden administration to that of American strength brought about by the doctrine in Venezuela and Operation Epic Fury in Iran. And it's not lost on me that as we sit here, we have one side of the dais talking a big game on threats, and yet they're unwilling to even fund our Department of Homeland Security. I want to thank President Trump's leadership in each of your efforts. Because of your efforts, Americans are safer today with 2 less despots to deal with. Nevertheless, there remains work to be done. While Venezuela and Iran are in decline, aggression from adversarial nations like China and Russia and near constant threats of terrorism and cyber warfare continue to persist. The Chinese remains a top adversary that deals with faith. This was most recently by White House Office Director of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter, when she delivered recent remarks in Vienna saying, Quote, "We know that China's weak export controls and lax enforcement allow its chemical industry to foster friendships with the drug cartels. At the same time, China's overly effective controls over rare earth minerals wreak havoc on legitimate industries," end quote. Of course, we're now seeing reports of a new synthetic opioid called cyclorphene that is said to be 10 times more potent than fentanyl and undetectable on fentanyl test strips. As you know, President Trump may meet with President Xi in the near future, where trade and export controls will most certainly be discussed. Director Gabbard, what is your assessment of the quality and quantity of AI China indigenously manufacture?
The majority of this question should be addressed in a closed hearing. The intelligence community's assessment is that China continues to rapidly advance its AI capability.
Do you assess that export controls on semiconductor manufacturing equipment and AI compute have been effective, slowing the development and deployment of Chinese AI?
The intelligence community's assessment is that one of the effects of those export controls is China has increased its focus on developing its own organic capability.
What do you assess would be the economic and national security impacts if the U.S. decided to loosen export controls and allow the sale of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs or large numbers of H200s to China?
I don't believe there is an intelligence community assessment on that specific scenario.
Okay. I think that these national security implications should be weighed heavily when conducting these talks, considering that fentanyl overdoses are only down in the U.S. thanks to the President's leadership in securing our borders and taking the cartels in our hemisphere, not empty words and actions of the Chinese Communist Party. Our adversaries are constantly conducting cyber operations on U.S. government and private sector networks to steal information and money or conduct disruptive cyber attacks. It's been tracking the Chinese typhoon actors for several years. And just last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Salt Typhoon actors, which were responsible for targeting U.S. telecom, may have accessed sensitive FBI networks. I may have more to follow up on in the closed session. For now, I want to discuss how the overall U.S. government posture is going to change based on President Trump's cyber strategy, which was released last week. Been frustrated for some time about the unwillingness of prior administrations to decisively take action, including the use of offensive cyber operations. Director Patel, beginning with you, what can we expect from the FBI moving forward to be more aggressive on both defensive and offensive cyber activity?
Thank you, Congressman. So as you stated, the President just launched a new national security cyber strategy, and within that is what the FBI just launched 60 days ago. It's the most comprehensive cyber program we've ever put out called Winter Shield. And what we do, connecting Pillar 1 and Pillar 4 of the President's strategies, is go on offense and defense. And so what we've done already is, while we are always going after nation-state actors, we also have to engage with the private sector communities because they are going after the private sector as well. We've held 355 engagements in the last 60 days with enterprises across America to harden their networks. And as you recall, just a couple of months ago, our banking infrastructure was hit by a ransomware attack from overseas. In one weekend, the FBI disrupted and kicked off every one of those bad actors from that network, saving the American people their valued billions in those bank vaults. So this is some of the things we're doing, but we need constant engagement with the private sector.
Great. General Hartman, what efforts are underway at NSA to bolster intelligence collection and threat detection and coordination with other federal agencies to target adversary cyber operations?
Congressman, thanks. Significant effort to really focus our cybersecurity director, working very closely with Director Patel and our Cybersecurity Collaboration Center, which has thousands of analyst-to-analyst relationships with private organizations across the country. We need more work, not just from an offensive standpoint, but working across government and certainly working across private industry. And we're both dedicated and resourced to doing that, Congressman.
Thank you for what you do. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you. Lightning round, please. General, I understand tomorrow is your last day before retirement?
Yes, Congressman.
I can think of better ways to finish things for you, but we appreciate your being here. I want to respectfully ask you and each of you, if you have full-time personnel dedicated to analyzing and collecting foreign threats on the 2026 elections, and if so, just yes or no, and how many personnel we have.
Congressman, I'll get you the exact number, but certainly we have people paying attention to those threats.
Thank you.
Congressman, yes, we have an election crimes coordinator in each one of our 56 field offices and election crimes coordinators at headquarters.
Thank you.
Yes, we have personnel dedicated both to election security as well as foreign intelligence related to election influence.
Thank you.
Yes, we do as well. I don't know the numbers, but what we do collect, then we contribute to the larger IC coordination.
Thank you.
Representative Quigley, we do not, to my knowledge, have anyone at DIA on that topic.
A question again for all of you. Well, first, Director Gabbard, you've seen the reports about whether or not Russia has helped Iran in targeting in the current war in Iran. Can you confirm that, or is that something we're going to save for a closed session?
We'll save that for the closed session, sir.
But within that context, on CNBC, Steve Witkoff said on a recent call with President Trump, Russian leaders deny they were sharing this target information, shock, surprise, all that they would do that about U.S. military assets with the Iranians. Mr. Witkoff said, so you know, quote, we can take them at their word. Let's hope they're not doing this. Just from your own sense, and for many of you who have been fighting in the Cold War for a long time, long lost sense of a Reagan doctrine, just general, it is your sense that you can take Putin at his word on anything involving military, diplomatic, or intel assessment?
Hey, Congressman, from an intelligence standpoint, we don't take anyone at their word. From a foreign standpoint, we have intelligence operations to provide that information to decision makers.
I appreciate that. Mr. Patel? Right.
I agree with that.
Yes, I agree. We don't take anyone at their word. And from an intelligence standpoint, we don't rely on single sources of intelligence and always look for multiple sources to confirm.
Yeah, Congressman, I actually answered this question yesterday. I don't take Putin, Xi, Kim Jong-un, Supreme Leader, any foreign adversary leader at their word. Rely on our intelligence to what the adversaries are actually doing.
General.
Yes, we do not take any of those enemies at their word.
Can I get a hallelujah? Ms. Gabbard, I understand that you have to put your own personal views aside in your position, but I honestly think that the issue our grandchildren are going to be most upset about us with is climate change. So, you know your quote, and when you talked about climate change as a member, it threatens the safety and security of the planet, especially in places like Hawaii, where we are already experiencing devastating effects. It's not worldwide threats. It used to be in worldwide threats. Help me understand. Who makes the final decision on what goes in here and what is a threat?
Congressman, it's a collection of the intelligence community's assessments that the National Intelligence Council and our experts there work on. This year, we've structured the annual threat assessment around the President's national security strategy to address the most tangible and direct threats to our security and our interests.
I get that part. Did you make the case that maybe climate change should be considered a worldwide threat when we are this collective process? Did you make the case with what you said not that long ago?
Yeah, once again, we focused on the most tangible direct threats, given the complexity of those threats that exist here on the homeland and around the world.
So that's stating that climate change isn't in any way a tangible threat now or in the future. It's basically saying we think so little of it is a threat, we don't even mention it.
Changing of the climate, the weather, the environment is a factor that goes into the different intelligence communities on the effects.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to our briefers and for your service to our country in multiple cases for some of you, and everyone who serves in the intelligence community to give the support to everyone that's serving I fully support President Trump's efforts through your agencies over the last 18 days. 18 days. We have to emphasize it's only been 18 days. And I think it was a courageous decision to the American people. I know many have regretted this, but for the past 47 years, Iran has been the world's largest sponsor of terrorism. The Islamic Republic of Iran has operated with impunity. They've destabilized the Middle East, brutalized their own citizens, and have the blood of countless Americans and others on their hands, and now they're paying the price for that despotism. And I want to thank our service members and President Trump in making these difficult and stunning decisions. But it is also stunning what the Iranian people and so many in the Middle East and around the world have suffered from the regime. And I want to point out that in 2022, when Mahsa Amini was killed in the hands of the so-called morality police by the Iranian regime, it spurred I would say probably one of the most profound women's rights movements of our time. So many women stood up in the face of certain death, or at least imprisonment, definitely having an eye gouged out, like so many others, to stand up. And I am so grateful that these people now have an opportunity to actually have some kind of regime that would give them a chance at freedom after all these years. And I wanted to ask Director Gabbard, some of these people, and many of these people, do not seem to have access to outside information. Can you characterize what the access would be to the internet or cell phones for those in Iran who have no idea about anything and are only receiving the propaganda from the regime?
Congressman, I can expand on this in the closed setting, but I will say briefly that throughout the period of protest that we saw previously, and during this ongoing conflict, the access of the Iranian people to basic things like power or internet or cell phone access is extremely limited.
So I want to ask the General, since General James, in this same vein, do you think that the internet suppression by the Iranian regime is an objective that would be protecting the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps?
Yes, ma'am. It's a TTP, and we will go into in great detail in the classified, but it's definitely a TTP to maintain control.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to that. I want to turn to the northern border, which I represent, most of the northern border with the state of New York. Across the Lake Ontario shoreline, we know that many on the foreign terror watch list. In 2024, 358 suspects were found and arrested on the northern border. Fiscal year 2025, that number has been reduced to 307. I wanted to ask Director Patel, how would you characterize the type of those types of people that you have obtained, arrested, or encountered on the northern border? Cartels, Islamic terror, organized crime? How would you characterize those people, if you can?
Thank you, Congresswoman. With the solidification and reinforcement at the southern border, the northern border has become a target of opportunity for foreign terrorist organizations, cartels, those that wish to conduct espionage activities, basically all of the above.
How would you characterize the partnership of our Canadian friends to the north and their willingness to stop these individuals, especially in the last year or so?
At the FBI, we have engaged with the RCMP and their intel services at levels never seen before to specifically focus on the fentanyl productions north of our border. The cartels have shifted their operations to produce the lethal fentanyl that kills so many Americans. So that's one example where we're focused and locked in with our partners north of the border.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One last thing I just wanted to ask. Upstate New York is now the new home to Micron, one of the world's 3 leading memory manufacturers and the only U.S. leading memory company. Memory produced at Micron is an integral component of the GPUs used to train America's dominant frontier models. I'd love to find out, Director Ratcliffe, what would be the economic and national security implications if China were to catch up on U.S. memory, GPUs, critical minerals, all those things that go into everything leading up to this, including the advent of AI?
Well, what you've seen is that when China can take advantage of things in the supply chain like critical minerals, this is the area of all emerging technologies, and AI in particular. Obviously, whoever is dominant in the technology fields in the future will dictate the rules in the international marketplace. It would be devastating if China were ahead of us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, you had a question from Dr. Jackson about the shutdown we're in now with Homeland Security, and I believe you said that this would be harmful to America because of the threat from Iran. Is that correct? Do I recall that correctly?
Generally, yes, sir.
How many days before we invaded Iran did you know we were going to launch an invasion?
We can get into those details in a classified setting, but I work with my colleagues across the spectrum here to give me advance warning so that we can reinforce.
Was it 2 days, 3 days, a month?
It was sometime before that, sir.
Sometime before that. So you had not. With that knowledge, why did you fire at least a dozen agents in Counterintelligence Unit 12 that specializes in Iran counterintelligence, which makes us much less secure and safe with this war going on from Iranian attacks potentially against our country?
As I said earlier, Congressman, I don't work on timelines when these terminations occur. There are internal investigations conducted by the careers at the FBI that highlight unethical or inappropriate conduct, and it's up to me to make the decision. But our Iran Threats Mission Center has never been more resourced. As I've highlighted, a 43% increase in counter-espionage arrests from Iran alone, and 360 ongoing terror investigations with Iran-affiliated.
And the people you fired, those 12 people, they were experts on Iran, were they not?
I don't believe so.
They worked in counterintelligence.
I'm taking you at your word, sir. I'm not familiar with every
You're the
single
chief
word.
director. I'm not. You should know the answer. You fired the people. Where did they work?
People were terminated for violating their ethical obligations and high standards.
Was the ethical violations that they dealt with the case of the classified documents that were found at the bathroom in Mar-a-Lago, was that the ethical issue?
As I said earlier, all those matters are pending litigation, so I'm not going to comment on them.
Director Gabbard, are you familiar with CI-12?
I'm not, Congressman.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. In the intelligence community's unclassified annual threat assessment from last year, it said, quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing regional strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz. The IC was entirely correct in its assessment about Iranian retaliation in the Strait. The IC's assessment about Iranian capabilities in the Straits of Hormuz changed in the past year?
No, Congressman.
Does Iran still have the capability to threaten shipping in the Straits of Hormuz with missiles, mines, and small boats?
Their capabilities have been largely degraded, but yes, they still have means to threaten passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
And how long can they keep the strait closed?
Based on current events, I'd have to get an updated assessment from the intelligence community on that.
Did you have an analysis of the impact of a war on global supply chains and the price of oil and gas?
I believe that assessment may have come from the Department of Treasury or Energy.
It didn't come through your office?
It came from their element within Department of Energy or Energy.
Do you know if the president was briefed on those assessments?
I believe so, but I can't confirm.
So if he was briefed on those assessments that that was a problem and the Straits of Hormuz could be shut off and that's causing a great problem in the world's economy with oil prices going up to, I think, under $120 or something a barrel and an effect on all countries' economies, why would the president not have taken actions to strengthen defense around the Strait of Hormuz?
All I can say is that the president ultimately is responsible for making the decisions based on the totality of information and intelligence that he has available to him.
The intelligence that he has available to him, that's a scary thought. Does the IC know where Iran's enriched uranium is?
The IC has high confidence that we know where it is.
And can you tell us that in classified?
We can speak more about this topic in the classified setting.
Okay. Could it be, we have methods of destroying it?
This is a conversation for a closed setting, sir.
Do you have any idea what the purpose of the Marines being sent, the units that are being sent over there? Is the idea that we will put troops with boots on the ground in Iran?
ODNI and the IC is not involved in the operational planning and movements of the Department of War assets.
Thank you. I'll be very honest with you. When you made your original comments, it was kind of scary because of all the craziness that goes on in the world. I can't wait for the classified setting. Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see some of old colleagues. I'm going to start, and thank you for your service, gentlemen and ma'am. I'm going to start with General Hartman, General Adams. Do you know how many days it's been since Russia went into Ukraine? I'll answer it for you. It's 1,480. Do you know how much money the United States government has spent, the taxpayers have spent in the war in Ukraine? I'm going to round it for you. It's about $200 billion. I mean, maybe it's a lot more, maybe it's a little less. It's hard to tell around this place. To the best of your knowledge, was Russia an imminent threat to the United States when they went into Ukraine, to the best of your knowledge? Sir?
Congressman, I wasn't in this position.
I understand.
When that decision was made.
I'm saying to the best of your knowledge, I know it goes back 1,480 days, but...
So certainly I don't think it was in the best interest of the United States for
was Russia an imminent threat is what I'm asking.
Not my decision to make or advice to provide.
Okay. How about you, General Adams?
Like General Hartman, I was in a different position 4 years ago. To make that assessment.
Yeah.
Are you? I guess can I ask you to clarify? Are you saying
was Russia going to attack the United States 1,480 days ago?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. All right. You recall who the president was at that time, gentlemen? I'll help you out. It was President Biden. Do you know who the Speaker of the House was at that time? The name Ms. Pelosi ring a bell? Do you recall this Congress declaring war in Russia and Ukraine 1,480 days ago, or anytime between then and now? I don't either. You know, gentlemen, how many American service members have been killed or maimed attributed to Iran, IRGC, their proxies, et cetera, roughly? Any idea? Could we say probably 1,000 killed, if not 10,000, over 10,000 killed and maimed? Probably a reasonable assessment. You know how many uniformed service members have been killed by Russia in the last 1,480 days? American uniformed service personnel? I'm just asking. I don't know of any, but do you know of any? It just seems to me that there's almost like a political narrative being constructed here, and I just want to, point out this. It seems like a bit of an irony. I'm going to go to the director of the FBI. It's good to see you, Mr. Patel. Crossfire Hurricane, Round River, Plasmic Echo, Arctic Frost seem to have emanated from the Counterintelligence Division of the FBI. Is that a reasonably correct assessment, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, Congressman, I want to be careful here because there are a number of ongoing investigations.
I understand. There's a filing system that prohibited, with prohibited access. Is it possible that that politicized investigation and filing system violated Sixth Amendment rights to the discovery and Congress's Article I oversight authorities, if possible?
Without giving you a definitive answer that rests with the DOJ, let me just talk about prohibited case files real quick.
Sure.
Prohibited case files are basically files that prior directors had created to essentially hide what was going on. They do not exist in our Sentinel systems. They do not exist anywhere. And if you search for that specific case, it won't even come up, which is why I, as the first FBI director to do so, have terminated prohibited case files. And as you know, I'm wed to constitutional oversight here at Congress and have delivered 50,000 pages, which is 400% more increase than my two predecessors combined.
Director, would ensnaring individuals or organizations based solely on their political affiliations or viewpoints be a potential violation of the Fourth Amendment?
I believe so.
have any of the personnel associated with these activities, and I understand that investigations may be ongoing, have they been removed from duty pending the outcome investigation?
Yes, many have.
Okay, moving on. I'm concerned about a lab that was found in a clandestine Chinese biolab that was found in California, and then one that was found later in
Las Vegas.
Yeah, Nevada. And I'm wondering, are you concerned about a lack of vision or imagination in agents that solely work on a case and can't see that China has the capability and the impetus to do these things all around the country and things like those things? And have you done anything about changing that training or that operational conduct of agents?
I can only speak to what I've done, and this FBI is keenly aware of it. We're the ones that figured it out, not just in Las Vegas, but places like Michigan, where we arrested multiple individuals who were pretending to be researchers at the University of Michigan while bringing in lethal pathogens and trying to steal our trade secrets and our agricultural secrets, which is national security. So this FBI is laser focused on the Chinese threat, especially related to biolabs and agricultural theft.
Appreciate the response. I'll yield the balance.
Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Operation Absolute Resolve and the arrest and capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. It was incredibly complex. It was bold. It was unprecedented. It was a wild success. It really harkens thoughts of Raid on Entebbe 50 years ago, except this actually remarkably exceeded that in its success. It was historic, and it altered undeniably the geopolitical landscape in the United States' favor. So our military and our IC should be lauded, and I want to offer a hearty and deserved congratulations to all of you that are testifying before us today. Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, I want to just visit with you a little bit. First, I do want to take a point of personal privilege. I attended Coach Holtz's funeral Monday. He was very proud of you. How long has Iran been pursuing a nuclear weapon, Director?
Congressman, let me respond. I appreciate the kind remarks, and I also want to congratulate the people of the 4th District of Texas for getting a letter representation from the guy that was previously in that seat. Notwithstanding, as I talked about, a fatwa that was issued, I believe, in 2004, Iran has had a dedicated nuclear program beyond civil limits for the development of nuclear weapons. They currently possess at least 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium at 60% weapons grade that would be capable of putting together 10 nuclear weapons.
Director, what nation state has achieved 60% enrichment and then not produced a nuclear weapon?
I'm not aware of any.
There's none. You get to 60%, there's a reason you're at 60%, because you are pursuing nuclear ambitions. So we have sanctions have been imposed in the past, and yet that pursuit continued. Their economy was teetering, the pursuit continued. Their people were suffering, the pursuit continued. Under the Bush, Obama, Trump 45, Biden now, Trump 47, that pursuit continued. Then last June, Operation Midnight Hammer. Nuclear program was dealt a significant setback, but not only that, the autocratic regime in Tehran, the American resolve of this administration taken very seriously. I want to read you a few quotes. Iran will never be permitted to build a nuclear weapon. Barack Obama 15. The message to Iran should be loud and clear. We will never allow you to acquire a nuclear weapon. Never. Hillary Clinton. Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch. Iran can never develop or acquire a nuclear weapon. Joe Biden. Make no mistake, as president, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend American forces and interests from Iran. Kamala Harris. So last June we have Midnight Hammer, and not only did they see the resolve, I mean, they saw that we were committed to actually taking action and not just the words this time. And even after all of that, did they abandon their pursuit and their nuclear program?
They absolutely did not, Congressman. I think you point out the success of Operation Midnight Hammer is that one of the things that we assess in the intelligence community broadly is that since that operation, Iran has been unable to enrich a single kilogram of uranium to 60% since that operation. But as you correctly point out, Congressman, notwithstanding that, our intelligence is also clear that they have not lost their ambition, and they have to rebuild or reconstitute their nuclear facilities. Centrifuges is something that there's a body of intelligence that I think confirms that.
Then we had 8 months of negotiations and attempted diplomacy. They proved fruitless, and yet the pursuit continued. And then, Director, is there any intelligence or evidence that the Supreme Leader and his thug mullahs, after all that, at the beginning of this year, were going to finally stop their pursuit of their nuclear weapon in the program? So we have some folks here that are splitting hairs about imminent threat. You know what? Was it a grave threat?
Religious ideologues.
60% enrichment. No nation state that achieved that hadn't produced a nuclear weapon. We can either talk about it, kick the can down the road, and let them get a nuclear weapon and get danger close to it on the precipice, or we can take action now, and this is what this administration chose to do.
Mr. Every day they bring in women of our intelligence community, armed forces, and federal law enforcement to protect our homeland from a constant and evolving array of threats. But since Democrats chose to shut down the Department of Homeland Security, those threats have grown more acute. Our country has already experienced 4 terrorist attacks since the shutdown began. The consequences are no longer hypothetical, they are unfolding in real time. At a moment when the global threat environment is intensifying, terrorist organizations are resurging, and adversaries continue to encourage violence against Americans. Congress should be reinforcing our defenses. Instead, Democrats have sidelined the very department responsible for keeping the homeland safe. Not a single Democrat here on this committee voted to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. That was not an accident. It was a political decision made at the expense of the safety and security of American people. As a result of home rights, our enemies grow more bold. Our fences and replaced action with dysfunction. Each day the threat environment worsens, with it the risk to the people, which is indefensible. If you agree that the reckless democratic shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security has affected your agency's ability to detect, deter, and respond to threats against the homeland, specifically as it impacted intelligence sharing, operational coordination, and attack. General Hartman.
Congressman, it hasn't had a significant impact on the foreign intelligence mission of the National Security Agency.
Director Patel.
The shutdown has had a significant impact on how we protect and defend the homeland.
Director Gabbard.
This has directly affected the intelligence elements within the Department of Homeland Security negatively.
Director Ratcliffe.
I would agree with the Director of National Intelligence.
General Adams.
No significant impact on the Defense Intelligence Agency and the foreign threat that we analyze.
So, Director Gabbard, you in your opening statement talked about the threats to the homeland and the changes that you've made as it relates to the border and the changes that the president has made. After 4 years of open border policies under President Biden, during which cartels and gangs expanded their operations into American cities, what specific actions has ODNI taken to disrupt these criminal cartels and stop the murder in U.S. citizens?
Good question, Congressman. We've taken several actions to be able to get after this threat. The president made a priority. Number one being historic shifts in intelligence collection towards addressing this threat. I believe it is the biggest shift in intelligence capabilities that we've ever seen, certainly in a long time. The integration and cooperation within our National Counterterrorism Center with the DEA and other Department of Homeland Security elements is also unprecedented. We have taken and coordinated the collection of individuals, known and suspected terrorists, known and suspected cartel members, leaders, and inputted that into the TIDE system, which has radically increased and improved our ability to identify those who are cartel and gang members trying to enter our country and those who may already be in our country. National Counterterrorism Center has been working again in coordination with agency partners, the financial networks that these cartels rely upon to be able to continue to fund. As Director Patel has spoken about, we have national counterterrorism elements that within the joint terrorism task forces and support the interagency effort to continue to get after this threat very effectively.
Thank you. Director Patel, Mr. Cohen was asking you about a recent firing of counter-espionage agents with Iranian expertise. You and the FBI will continue to take all required steps to keep the American people safe to support military action against an oppressive and evil Iranian regime. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and there's 36,000 people employed at this FBI, and I reject the notion wholeheartedly that the termination of those that were weaponizing law enforcement are the only ones in action. There's a 43% increase in counterintelligence and espionage arrests just related to Iran alone, which is the record year for the FBI.
Well, and you plussed up nearly 1,000 agents in the field throughout the United States since this has occurred?
Yes, sir.
And there's a document that you posted on X, and I think that's what you have in front of you, about all of the wins and the changes that the FBI has made under your leadership and President Trump's leadership during 2025. In the little time that I have remaining, could you just highlight some of that for the American people?
Thank you. Under the Trump administration, this FBI has literally had a historic year. We have 112% increase in violent offenders arrested last year alone, a 20% decrease in homicides, 20% decrease in robberies. We have disrupted 1,800 criminal gangs. That's a 210% increase. We've seized enough fentanyl to kill 178 million Americans. That's a 31% increase. We have gone after the most vulnerable in our society, protecting children. A 490% increase in arrests on those that prey on our children online. We have located, found, and identified 6,200 missing kids. That's a 30% increase. We have dismantled and taken down 1,700 child predators. That's a 17% increase. And those that wish to traffic our young American citizens and women, 300 human traffickers, a 15% increase, and seven, the FBI's top and most wanted fugitives in the world have been apprehended in the last 13 months. To put that in perspective, there was 4 in the prior 40 years. So the FBI, under President Trump, is stock to get after every single fight we have in the years. Thank you for letting me help those.
Thank you.
Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you all for being here in this marathon, two-day marathon. Appreciate y'all. I want to talk about FISA because we all have scars on our back from 2 years ago when we reauthorized FISA. I anticipate it being easier this time, but I still want to go over the myth that the public believes and that many members of this Congress believe. Mr. Patel, I'll focus on you here. Myth number 1 has to do with 702 versus FISA Title 1. Trump was targeted with FISA. Is that a myth?
That's a myth. It's not true.
So what? How was President Trump targeted for crossfire?
The Title I authorities, information was presented to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, a search warrant to surveil individuals associated with the campaign, which was later revealed to the House Intelligence Committee's work that information collected not only unverified individuals lied in that application, individuals were government officials.
This process was FISA or a regular court, still lies told by the people trying to get the warrant. Nothing to do with FISA. It was simply the people trying to get the warrant were lying. Okay, myth number 2. A query means that we're spying on Americans, means we're reading their inboxes, we're getting inside their text messages, all of that. Is that true?
No, I'm going to borrow General Hammond's answer. A query, 702, is to lawfully collect information of non-U.S. citizens overseas.
Right. We're an American citizen. Are you accessing their inbox?
No.
We're just seeing if they have spoken to somebody with an intelligence officer, let's say, and you would say to them because they would show up as part of the conversation. So if you want to get into their inbox, you would have to get an actual warrant under law, right? A U.S. person.
A warrant or subpoena process, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's a really important distinction.
Congressman, if I could just,
Sure.
But you wouldn't use FA 702 to do that.
Correct.
And I just want to be clear about that.
Yes. You use your regular court process.
No, under 702 to intelligence intentionally against U.S. persons.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So when somebody, and let's say their name rhymes with, I don't know, Tucker Carlson, is claiming that the CIA is spying on him, I'm going to guess here because I don't know. I'm going to guess that the most likely scenario is that in the process of him speaking with Iranian intelligence officials, it is incidentally collected. Nobody is spying on Tucker Carlson or his inbox, to my knowledge at least. Number three, a warrant should it be required by law? It's for a simple query. That should be easy to get, right? What's the problem? It's easy to get a warrant. We do it all the time. It'd be easy.
In my opinion, no.
And the reason it wouldn't be easy is because oftentimes these queries are part of a very typical analytical process, and they would not meet the judicial standards of probable cause. And I've seen many examples of this. I would love if you guys had some examples that are declassified. I've seen them in a classified session. So I guess my point is, and now that we've debunked these myths, is you put that warrant process on a simple query, you're taking away our analysts' ability to connect the dots from the outside actors, which we can collect on. They have no constitutional protections. But you're removing our ability to connect them with the inside actors, which is kind of where it matters. It's like giving up when you're right at the goal line. That makes zero sense to do, and that's exactly what this would do. I've already heard Director Radcliffe's answer on this, but 18 months clean reauthorization, does that, I don't know where that number came from, but would you rather have it longer?
As Director Radcliffe said, I'd like 5 or 10 years.
Okay, me too. We went over that really quickly and well. I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being with us this morning. And let me start with Director Gabbard. You've heard from Mr. Stubbe, you've heard from Admiral Jackson, you've heard from Ms. Tenney, all this aspect of who we've encountered at our borders, north and south, and during the Biden administration with the open border that has been overly discussed today at length. There's this known and suspected terrorists, and I want to congratulate the Trump administration for getting, I think, 1,300 people identified out of the country under your 13 months, so congratulations on that. But for 3 years, in both classified and unclassified sessions here, I've raised this issue that we don't have the data and we don't track it in a fused way, meaning Border Patrol, TSA, FBI and follow-up, DOJ and prosecutions. And we don't really have that at our fingertips for oversight purposes. And I asked you at last year's Worldwide Threats, would you commit to helping us achieve as the ODNI that fused data? You agreed, but it was only 3 days ago I got that commitment from you in writing. So let me ask you again, can you help drive that process across the bureaucracy to get that regularly provided to the intelligence committees?
Sir, thank you for the follow-up on that. We have continued to work to improve that consolidated use of systems that will help us identify who is in our country, who are known or suspected terrorists, who include those who are members or leaders of cartels and gangs and drug traffickers. And we're continuing to pursue that, particularly with the Department of State and their screening and vetting practices, as well as the Department of Homeland Security's. I will say that there has been a drastic improvement in our own screening and vetting systems, and that coordination is occurring, but there are still some silos that need to be broken down.
Also, in follow-up to the discussion today, I heard my friend from California assert that President Trump's act in Epic Security was unconstitutional, the decision taken by the president.
That's a legal question, sir, that I believe has been asked and answered by counsel.
But Article 2 power of the War Powers Act, the president has the right to defend American interests. He could do that for 60 days, and you'd be president, and you can hold Congress before the president.
I think as the state both that responsibility.
Obama, for example, declaring war for 7 months of operation in Libya. So I think there's a lot of hypocrisy here as we try to defend American interests. Mr. Klein asked you about and made a good comment, I thought, about, and he talked to Director Patel about this, on this issue of winter shield and doing a better job of coordinating offensive and defensive cyber here in the homeland. And I think that's another place, Director, where I think you play an outsized role to coordinate, again, this issue of all operations. I'm very concerned that we don't have a fused, I'm going to use that word again, civil defense posture on cyber defense because we're too compartmentalized. We're too siloed between who's with the military and not with the military, who's got classifications and who doesn't. Would you work with me on trying to design a way for our governors, our private sector, the FBI to work better on countering state actors in our private sector?
Yes, sir. I would look forward to working with you on that. And we'll just comment, this would have to be done in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security and CISA, given their statutory responsibilities. The integration and coordination with the private sector remains one of the biggest imperatives, but also in some cases challenges for folks who choose not to work with the U.S. government.
I agree. I sit on the CISA, subcommittee here, and I'm very concerned about it. And I think our whole committee's been concerned about the assessment we have on offensive cyber, so we look forward to that. Finally, Director Radcliffe, thanks for you being here, and it's wonderful to see you. Thanks for our decade of friendship. I want to say that I've traveled significantly with the chairman to Latin America, and I want to say your stations throughout the Western Hemisphere are doing an outstanding job. Would you say that we're back on track countering great power rivals in the Western Hemisphere?
I would. Thank you for the compliments for the workforce that I'm privileged to lead. And I do think the President's policies in making the Western Hemisphere a priority really clear. The success of reorganization result talk about Venezuela because things are going well in Venezuela, but it really shows the commitment that the President has to taking business in our own hemisphere. And it's limited Venezuela, it's throughout Central and South America. I think you continue to see continued progress with respect to that.
Thank you, and I thank all of you for your service to your country, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Before we dismiss, all members of the audience, all members and staff to remain seated until the witnesses give you an opportunity to proceed to our closed setting, which we will reconvene at 11:30 to resume in HVC 304. With that said, please remain seated until the witnesses have cleared, and this proceeding is adjourned.
said, but it's finished now. Excuse me, sir, we should start.
On the screen, please.
月火木で、今週は加賀さんに合わせて月水木で、他の2日間は帰ってくるね。やっぱ行きやすい。もっと近いんじゃないかな。お、そうだね。だからファーニッシュとかまあもういいんだけど、まあそれ結果の本当そうです。すみません。一から選ぶ。いや子供のベッドとかもなんか多分解体できたら持ってくれる。だからもうセカンド判断。マーケットとか行っちゃうとかするの？フリーマーケット、アンティークマーケットみたいな。アンティークマーケットだと逆に高いのかな？わかんない。スカちゃんは毎週のようにそういうの普通のことで、なるほど。アンティークマーケット可愛いしいいと思うけど、毎週やったりするんですよ。運転に自信があるなら、せっかくジェイソンがステップワゴンで行くって言ってるから、別にフォルクスワーゲン使ってもいいんだよ。ただまあ、あの大きさだから、そんな、こういうものはちょっと入らないので、このぐらいだったら入るだろうけど。シラフルか。シラフル残してる。ちょっとしたなんか。ぐらいだったら、椅子2個ぐらいの感じで、タンスとかで。Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll find out now. Welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for waiting. So we have Secretary General Dominguez, we have the Chair of the Council, Mr. Big. I'll start by
Secretary General just to outline why this extraordinary session was called and what the main decisions the Council passed, please. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon to all. I think that several of you probably follow the discussions the last 2 days, and you will not be surprised that the objective for the Council members of having this 2 days extraordinary session is because, of course, the negative impact that the conflict around the Strait of Hormuz is having to international shipping, particularly the 20,000 seafarers that are still trapped in the region, and of course are suffering as innocent people that have nothing to do with these geopolitical situations, but find themselves with very little assistance. This is a message that I will continue to reiterate. The Republic, of course, has additional implications, particularly because with shipping not being able to trade in accordance to the well-known international freedom of navigation, then we all suffer from it. We've seen how from a region where at least 20% of the oil is exported from, fertilizers, in relation to food security, prices increasing for all goods and transport, then the long-term ramifications, ships not being able to meet their schedules when it comes to port calls, shipping having to once again demonstrate how resilient it is and finding new routes, trying to continue to move nearly 90% of essential goods for everyone. And that's why the member states of the Council of IMO then called for this meeting. And of course, some of the main decisions were the condemnation in relation to this attack on shipping, and particularly on seafarers. The fact that the freedom of navigation needs to be upheld, respected, a call for de-escalation, for multilateralism and for diplomacy to come back. There's a need to provide assistance to seafarers, health well-being, respect the rights of the seafarers, to be remotely, to support them when they're dealing with low supplies, with mental health, stress, as well as attended because of situations, including the disruptions on air traffic, even crew change is difficult. We're not possible on all countries in the region to provide the necessary assistance to seafarers and to the ships. The Council also decided to start working on a framework on how it's going to be possible in a safe way to evacuate all these ships, nearly 2,000 ships that are within the Persian Gulf, west of the Strait of Hormuz, and also the 20,000 seafarers being affected to also evacuate. On top of that, I was instructed as well to continue following this very closely, not only on the remit of IMO, communicate all these decisions widely, to engage with the relevant agencies of the United Nations in order to assistance on matters that are beyond the right of IMO. And maintain, of course, the engagement and coordination with all the member states of the organizations, with all stakeholders, including industry. Those are the outcomes. This is not the end of it. This is the beginning. Now is when we start working on those different mechanisms, how we're going to share information, how we're going to contact with the different countries in the region in order to support seafarers as well as with that. You know, the council is also here, so you can direct questions to me or to him.
Well, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned in your closing speech the root cause of the situation may lie beyond the mandate of the IMO. Some countries, and just something that the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Japan are expressing their readiness to a program to secure passage in the Strait of Hormuz as well. ultimately being 100%, you see by those comments that there is no practical way to make commercial shipping in Straits of Hormuz completely unsafe.
On your question, you said there are no guarantees to naval escort. Just make sure, because I think I was left out from your comment. I mean, it's no. I have this before. The root causes are beyond IMO. We don't deal with geopolitical situations, with geopolitical conflicts. Ships are there to trade for the benefit of everyone. But I said from the very beginning when I started seeing Secretary General, the geopolitical situation that has a negative effect on IMO is something that we need to make. When I said that we don't have the solutions for the root causes, it's because we need a cessation of fire. We need actually to de-escalate it. We need the conflict to come to an end for shipping not to be used as collateral damage in this situation. And that's what I welcome all the countries that are actually working towards that diplomacy, those negotiations, bring the parties to the table and find the solutions that would allow shipping then to continue to operate. And I do stand as well by my comments in relation to naval escort on commercial ships is not 100% safe for merchant ships, and it's not a long-term and sustainable solution, because ships can still be targeted. There's still a risk there. And that's why that's not a solution that will completely eliminate the stress and the risk that the ships are put through right now.
To encourage the establishment of safe corridors, facilitate and regulation of vessels and sailors, and how would the boundaries of such a corridor to be defined, and what mechanisms may your work continue to ensure safety and the recognition by all parties involved?
The council as well, because it's a framework for the safe evacuations of the ships, and it's of course a voluntary measure. The reason why I say that is because it's very specific what we were requested to do. Here is where my work starts from those considerations. I can give you right now, but of course I will be working with my team, with all UN agencies, with the member states as well, and with industry. So my first point of contact will be all the countries in the region, in the conversation how such evacuation route can be put in place. We routine measures in ships to evacuate. We need to look into the different ships we have there, and as well how long there was supplies in order for us to look as well at reorganization. This is not bringing all the ships going talking about a Strait of Hormuz that it's around 30 kilometers wide, so the safety of navigation is paramount, because also with any measure that we put in place, we don't want to increase the risk on the seafarers. But more of that will come after this session. I mean, please understand that we finished just half an hour ago, and then this is where I start looking into all the technical, operational, and diplomatic conversations that I need to have.
So, China Central Television.
Sorry, where are we?
Sorry, I have a question. As a specialized agency of the United Nations, should the IMO avoid becoming a platform for political confrontation? And how do you assess the proposal put forward by the Chinese delegation? Do you see it as constructive?
Right prerogative to express their point of view. That's not for me to judge. What is important, this is what I always repeat, is all comments that are made by the member states, and then we focus on within the rest of the organization, from the technical aspects to the operational aspects, the seafarers. And this is why, every single thing is made from put forward. But at the same time, we don't have a solution a mandate, because it is within our remit, on specific root causes of the geopolitical situations. But we can't give a blind eye to the fact that particularly seafarers are collateral, and that the organizations need to engage. It's not for us to sort out directly, to actually engage with other relevant stakeholders in order to see what we want, which is shipping to go back to trade in the way that is expected to do.
I'm whether the Strait of Hormuz has been mined or not. Have you got any information that would indicate that Iran laid mines in this area?
I don't have information. I know that it's being reported in the media. Sorry, I cannot confirm that because we don't have any reliable sources of information that have confirmed that to us. Of course, one of the things that we are combating is misinformation in the region. But in all conversations that we have with stakeholders, whenever there's something else that is confirmed from that, of course, we will be reaching out to the necessary countries to corroborate.
Yes, Zero. Can I just ask whether you feel that ships and crews are currently under unnecessary and unfair pressure to take commercial risks? And do you also fear an environmental disaster for all of the oil that's currently being held on these ships?
The risks and innovation, of course, are high and wide because it's going to become a element of all the seafarers that we have there, the 20,000 seafarers. The ship safety in the region, because it's safety navigation for the ship transiting, and of course the environment. This is the oil tankers. We have actually also pollute the environment depending on the cargo that they're carrying. When it comes to the rights of the seafarers, this is something that we're working in particularly with the International Labour Organization on the implementation of the Maritime Labour Convention of 2006 that outlines all the rights of the seafarers. I have conversations with the International Council on Workers' Relations and International Shipping in order to uphold those rights of the seafarers. That's what we to them and flag states to uphold that, to look at the welfare of the seafarers and any necessary action for ships and seafarers not to be put at risk.
Part of S&P Global. Clearly, everyone wants a ceasefire. Until that happens, what steps can be taken to help secure through the state? What do you be, for example, on ships?
I can't comment on that until I have further information or information provided on the media in relation to that. Countries can tell themselves, despite the multilateral approach as well, organization. But I do continue to have the conversations, bring all the parties together in order to find solutions for all, not just for a few. Any shape that actually that can be accumulated always welcome. I do need to write this is part of the council as well. They have like that. Just for all the agencies to provide support and support serious. This happened. Despite some of the challenges in the region, companies are providing assistance when we are also required. We've seen it from some have been targeted, and then constantly we rest on the support to an event, an incident, unfortunately, the is for the rest of the world. This is what we're working on. Even the ceasefire is not the diplomacy. And finding operational solutions is one of the conversations that I will continue to have, but now more with specific instructions from the Council.
Do you have a clear framework that how long will it take to establish and how long will it take to evaluate?
I can't say that specifically. I'm going to start having the conversations, which I can take as soon as next week on Monday. I start conversations, meet with my workshop. Yes, I started looking into the I know contacting all the agencies because it's what they I need to meet with the industry. So I will, a lot of efforts this not to drag it, because of course seafarers cannot be waiting for days on end here. But I do need some time in order to actually lay out a plan of how to make this a viable solution.
So, can you talk about any other solution than the military escort to in the Strait of Hormuz in the short-term period?
Do you want me to say?
I mean, as long as the war continues, is there any other option that you could think?
That's what we're going. That's one of the actions that the Council has agreed, and is the evacuation framework. And this is why, on part of those discussions and conversations with all the parties involved and all the stakeholders, is when I need to focus on how we can make this possible and a viable solution, whilst negotiations continue to go at all the levels in order to address the root causes of the crisis.
I wonder if you work on alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz for ships. And of course other tankers are being routed around the Cape of Good Hope, but beyond that, are there any alternatives? Is the IMO doing any work around alternatives to the Strait?
The industry is resilient, and there are alternative routes. Of course, the situation here is slightly different to what we had in the Red Sea, because by diverting, what we're still missing is the 20% of oil, the 90% of liquefied natural gas, the 30% of fertilizers and other chemicals that are required that come from the region, that even with multimodal transportation within the countries, it's not able to actually meet the demands that everybody else in the world is expecting. And of course, this is where, even though we don't get the recognition, shipping actually is the one that can carry us in a very efficient manner. So there are ways for us to continue to track. That doesn't help the cargoes that are not leaving, the cargoes that are not getting to the region, because it is dependent on what they bring to them as well, particularly to food security. And of course, it doesn't also help, rerouting doesn't help the 2,000 ships and the 20,000 seafarers that we have there.
You've got your next diplomatic conversations and your technical conversations to come. What are the priorities? Who do you want to talk to first, second, third? What are your priorities now?
I'll start immediately with the countries of the region, all of those around the Persian Gulf, the industry, and it's the industry representatives. I have to include all the countries from the organization, but I start kind of moving out from those that are immediately impacted and can assist in the establishment of the evacuation framework, and then start engaging with the rest of the members of the organization. I wish I could actually have the opportunity to speak to all, but the truth is that there's always those that can speak and coordinate and represent in behalf of others, and that's how I start branching out to them. Then I do informal briefings, bring them all together, have the conversations, the industry and UN relevant agencies as well. But I need to start with the Persian Gulf countries first. No, that's fine. It's okay.
Thanks. Just to sort of follow up on that, I know that there have been a lot of questions about this and there's not that much you can say, but can you just provide a little bit more color or detail on what evacuation could look like? What would those discussions entail? Is it a question of just asking some of those Gulf countries to allow, individuals who maybe don't have the right paperwork or visas or whatever to transit through those countries in order to reach airports to be able to go home? What are some of the kind of very practical issues that need to be ironed out?
But you're listing all the practical issues that we need to start looking into. Crew changes we need to see how viable crew change is. If I look right now, with the disruptions on air travel, it's difficult to bring new seafarers into the region. And with a conflict ongoing, I will not criticize any first that would actually say, no, I'm not going to do it. They need to, in the ships that are there, depending on the type of ships, cargoes that they have, we need to see how long it's going to take them in relation to the supplies to be the first ones that need more assistance, how we're going to start routing them out. I mean, the channels of navigation exist. We will start working with the flag states, with the operators, in order to make this practical as it has to be, in order not to impact negatively the safety of navigation that can cause any accidents. But I need to start from scratch, and this is the ships that are there, how we're going to start contacting the flag states, the ship owners, the ship operators, which are the ones that need to go first. But the idea is to actually bring them out of the region. That, for me, is the understanding of what we're talking about. The details, I really need time.
Would you speak to Iran then on that?
I speak to every single member state of IMO. I will speak to Iran, and I have spoken to Iran.
And are they receptive to bringing the ships out?
They're open to speak with all the member states of the organization. Member states that need to start in response to the want all the countries in the Gulf, and all the littoral states that is
there's no question about other states. Is that correct?
If I show you the map, that's the only way in and out of it. So, yes.
So getting ships wouldn't help taking them to the strait.
Yes, it has to be through the strait. There's no geography lesson.
No,
but yes, we have a strait that is around 30 odd kilometers wide, and that's the entry. On a normal day, you will have 130 ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz in and out of the Persian Gulf. So we need to use that information as well, how many ships we can safely get through on any given day.
Sorry, I don't want to...
Sorry, this is turning into a conversation.
No.
Apologies.
It just feels like, why would Iran let these ships through if it's not... I mean, of course, as we've heard, we know that there's agreements being struck with some countries, but it feels optimistic on your part to think that Iran will allow for the evacuation of these ships, or are there conversations?
I can't really answer that question, but something that I'm not, it's pessimistic. I'm always optimistic. There's too much negativity in the world for me to actually be one of those as well. Now, I will continue to have the conversations. For me, and try to see how we can actually make effective decisions of council in relation to assisting the 20,000 seafarers that we have there to be activated. Once conversations on the root causes move on in parallel.
When last did you speak to Iran? Last question.
Sorry?
When last did you speak to Iran?
During the meeting today.
Yeah, just one additional question. I want to pick up off something my colleague was alluding to there. The Iranians during that session actually said that they cannot associate themselves with this document. I know that you've noted in paragraph 3.5 their concerns over it. They called it legally deficient and said that it condemns the victim state, it does not acknowledge the causes and politicizes the IMO and its reputation. Additionally, it also does not contribute to de-escalation of the situation. Is that an assessment that you reject? And if so, why?
It is not my job to actually express an opinion directly on the statement of a member state. That would actually not serve me any good in what is my role to bring the parties together, negotiate, and look for solutions. Sorry? You don't reject it? I don't have to qualify that statement. That's not my qualified statement. But the key is that from the very first day of the Council yesterday, the general statements and the Council there was very clear. One of the sentiments that the Council expressed was that actually reflects on the recommendation of the Council.
I mean, Iran mentioned this, but there were also other states. We have a number of states that wanted to add this paragraph. I mean, it's in like Indonesia, China, Russia. We have.
I mean, you're testing my memory after a couple of 2 days of meetings. There were a few states. I have to reiterate that every single state has the right to express an opinion, and for me not to qualify that opinion. They were the delegation of China expressed their opinion. I think it was Iran, yes. And into the declaration as well, and you see it there. There's also reference to the discussions that took place in the United Nations Security Council and the resolution that was adopted there. Some of those discussions, of course, and this is where it is important to respect the position of the not be just something that comes from my but also the whole position of the country. For that, it's more appropriate that you speak to them directly. You get their quotes of their views, because again, I'm not going to be the one interpreting what the views of the countries are. But thank you. Thank you very much.
Bathroom.
Silence.
באיראן, גם לנושאים אחרים, אבל הנושא שהביא אתמול על שולחן ישיבת הקבינט, ואנחנו מפרסמים של שרי הקבינט, לנו אתמול בנקיטת פעולות צבאיות חדשות כנגד חיזבאללה, פעולות שלא ננקטו בעבר, מטבע הדברים אנחנו לא יכולים לפרט עוד בנושא הזה, אבל בהחלט ישראל נערכת להרחבת המערכה מול חיזבאללה.
כן, כי יש לי פנס ראשי, ואנחנו פה מתואמים עם הכתבים, עם שאר התחנות. זה או שרואים את כל הכתבים מאחורנית.
שאלת הפלת המשטר, האם באמת ישנם סימנים להתפוררות של המשטר בעקבות ההוראות שלנו בשבועות האחרונים כנגד הסיג ומשמרות המהפכה? האם ישראל תסיים את המערכה הזאת לפני שנראה סימנים מוחשיים לעניין הזה? אבל שאלות גם בנוגע לתיאום עם האמריקאים, שמענו גם היום מהנשיא טראמפ לגבי האם האמריקאים ידעו או לא ידעו, אישרו או לא אישרו את התקיפה של מתקני הגז באיראן, שאלות שנוגעות כמובן להמשך המערכה בצפון, הרחבת המערכה מול חיזבאללה, לציפוי ניתן בעברית, לאחר מכן תהיה הצהרה באנגלית, ואז שאלות של התקשורת הבינלאומית, ונקווה לשאול גם לגבי נקודות המלחמה וגם איך אנחנו יודעים להגיע להפלת המשטר.
Thank you so much.
כלומר, מטרה מוצהרת של ישראל, קצת פחות כשאנחנו שומעים את הדברים של הנשיא האמריקאי.
כשהוא נכנס אתה לא יכול לעמוד, בסדר? מהצד ההוא. כשהוא נכנס...
Hello? Okay, just before we start, if everyone can just silence their phones, because if we somehow get an alarm, your phone will definitely go off fast. So silence them. If there is an alarm, just stay here. We are on floor -1, okay? So this is a safe place to be. In just a few moments, the Prime Minister will enter. Okay. Okay, so airplane mode would be best for your phones, because if we hear and have sirens, it'll go through your ringer. Thanks, everyone. These people in the front.
עם שניהם, בסדר.
see.
There's an option. There should be a feed box behind you to the right.
Okay.
אחיי ואחיותיי אזרחי ישראל, אני גאה בכם. אני גאה על העמידה האיתנה שלכם. אני יודע שזה קשה לשהות בחדרי הביטחון וקשה לשהות במקלטים. אני מבין את הקושי עם הילדים, עם הלימודים, עם העסקים. אני יודע כמה קשה לקשישים וכמה קשה למילואימניקים. חבריי ואני בממשלה, אנחנו פועלים כל יום כדי להקל עליכם, כדי לפתוח את הלימודים וגם את המשק, לעשות את זה בהדרגה, לדאוג לפיצויים הולמים גם לבעלי העסקים, גם לשכירים, גם למשרתי המילואים, גם למשפחות שלהם. אנחנו משקיעים בזה הון עתק וצריך להוסיף עוד ועוד. אני יודע דבר אחד, אני יודע שאורך הרוח שלכם, ההקפדה על הנחיות פיקוד העורף, זה שאתם נכנסים למרחב המוגן פעם אחר פעם, כל אלה נותנים לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל ולזרועות הביטחון, להמשיך להילחם, להמשיך את המאמץ להשיג את יעדי המערכה. כל העולם מבין שאנחנו עם של אריות, אנחנו גם עם של לוויות. כל אחד מכיר את זה מהבית שלו, אתם מכירים את זה גם כמובן מהמשפחות שלכם. השאגה שלנו, שאגת הארי, מהדהדת ברחבי תבל. אנחנו ממוקדים בשלוש מטרות: ריסוק תוכנית הגרעין של איראן, ריסוק התוכנית הבליסטית של איראן, ויצירת תנאים שיאפשרו לעם האיראני לקחת את גורלו בידיו. אחרי עמקה לביא, הרודן חמינאי, הוא הורה לנסות לחדש, לבנות מחדש את תוכניות הגרעין והטילים שהשמדנו, לבנות אותם מחדש ולהטמין אותם עמוק מתחת לאדמה. אנחנו פועלים עכשיו לא רק כדי להשמיד את הטילים הבליסטיים ואת תוכניות הגרעין שנשארו, מעט נשאר, אלא גם להשמיד את התעשיות שמאפשרות לייצר את התוכניות הללו. וכבר עכשיו, לאחר 20 יום, אני יכול לבשר לכם, לאיראן אין היום אפשרות להעשיר אורניום, ואין לה אפשרות לייצר טילים בליסטיים. אנחנו ממשיכים בריסוק היכולות הללו. אנחנו נרסק אותם עד דק, עד אפר. יחד עם הידידה הגדולה שלנו, ארצות הברית, אנחנו השגנו עד היום הישגים עצומים. חיסלנו את הרודן חמינאי, חיסלנו את צמרת הפיקוד המדינית והצבאית ואת צמרות משמרות המהפכה והבסיג'. רק בימים האחרונים חיסלנו את רב המרצחים עלי לריג'ני, את שר המודיעין ואת מפקד הבסיג'. אגב, אלה האנשים שביצעו את הטבח ההמוני בעם האיראני, וגם כיוונו את כל האש אלינו. זה לא משנה מי יחליף אותם. אנחנו דואגים המשמרות במהפכה יהיו קצרות מאוד. בנוסף למפקדים, אנחנו הרגנו אלפי מרצחים משורות הדיכוי של המשטר. השמדנו מאות משגרים וטילים, פגענו מכים בהם בצורה מתמשכת, יומיומית, שעה-שעה. אנחנו מכים בהם שוק על ירך. אנחנו מכים בהם באוויר, אנחנו מכים בהם ביבשה, אנחנו מכים בהם מתחת לקרקע, ועכשיו אנחנו מכים בהם גם בים. אתמול השמדנו את כל הצי שלהם בים הכספי. ידידינו האמריקנים השמידו צי אחד, אנחנו השמדנו את הצי השני. אנחנו מכים בהם גם ברחובות, גם במחסומים. לפני שבועיים הנחיתי את צה"ל ואת המוסד לפעול יחד, כדי שהרוצחים של משמרות המהפכה ידעו שנצוד אותם גם בערים, גם בתוך הערים, והם עשו זאת בצורה מושלמת. אתם רואים את זה, אתם רואים איך הרוצחים האלה נפוצים לכל עבר בבעלה. עכשיו מכל זה, אני יכול להגיד דבר אחד. מוקדם מדי להגיד אם העם האיראני ינצל את התנאים שאנחנו יוצרים עבורו כדי לצאת לרחובות. אני מקווה שכך יהיה, אנחנו פועלים שכך יהיה. אבל בסופו של דבר, זה יהיה תלוי רק בהם. אין זה אומר שבינתיים כוחות המשטר לא מנסים לפגוע בנו. הם מנסים. אבל זה אפילו, וזה גם כואב, כי זה גם גרם לנו לאבדות וגם לנפגעים. ואני רוצה לאחל למשפחות, באמת, קודם כל להשתתף בצערן של המשפחות השכולות, ולאחל לפצועים החלמה מהירה. אבל יש גם נקודת אור. מה שהם עושים לנו לא מתחיל להתקרב למה שהם תכננו. כי השמדנו להם יכולות רבות. אתם זוכרים מה היה בתחילת מלחמת התקומה? אלפי מחבלים של רדואן על הגדרות, ממש בתוך המנהרות, על הגדרות. איום של 150,000 טילים ורקטות שהיו אמורים להחריב את ערי ישראל. וכמובן היו אלפי טילים של איראן, טילים בליסטיים. דיברו על מאות מגדלים שיפלו בתל אביב, בירושלים, בחיפה. אבל המגדלים שנופלים, נופלים בטהרן ובביירות. יצרנו רצועות ביטחון עמוק בתוך עזה, עמוק בתוך סוריה, כולל עד כתר החרמון, וגם עמוק בלבנון. מה שהיה לא יהיה יותר. אתם זוכרים שביום השני של המלחמה הבטחתי לכם, אנחנו נשנה את המזרח התיכון, ואנחנו שינינו אותו, ללא הכר. כבר עכשיו אפשר לקבוע, מדינת ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, ואיראן חלשה מאי פעם. הדבר הדרמטי ביותר שהשתנה, זה העוצמה של ישראל. הפכנו את ישראל למעצמה אזורית, ויש אומרים שבכמה תחומים, מעצמה עולמית. יחד עם ארצות הברית, אנחנו מובילים את המאבק של העולם החופשי מול כוחות הרשע. יצרנו בריתות חזקות, ואנחנו עובדים על בריתות חדשות שעוד ידובר בהן. הבאנו את הברית עם ארצות הברית לעוצמה שלא הייתה בהיסטוריה. שיתוף הפעולה ביני לבין ידידנו הגדול, הנשיא טראמפ, הוא חסר תקדים. בידנו האחת אנחנו אוחזים בחרב דוד, שהיא מושחזת וחדה מאי פעם, וידנו השנייה מושטת לשלום. מי שיושיט יד לשלום בחזרה, נאמץ אותה. ומי שינסה לפגוע בנו, נגדע את ידו. העוצמה שלנו, האומץ שלנו, הרוח שלנו, אלה תמיד היו המפתח להבטחת עתידנו. כדברי יהושע בן נון לבני ישראל, אל תראו ואל תחתו, חזקו ואמצו, כי ככה יעשה אדוני לכל אויביכם. אתם אזרחי ישראל שואלים, כמה זמן זה ייקח? ואני אומר, זה ייקח ככל הנדרש. אני מבקש מכם רק דבר אחד, המשיכו לזקוף קומה, המשיכו לעמוד איתן, ובעזרת השם, יחד נעמוד ויחד ננצח.
Now the Prime Minister will be speaking in English.
Welcome to the foreign press. First of all, I just want to say, I'm alive, and you're all witnesses. And now that I dispatched this piece of fake news, I want to give you an update on Operation Roaring Lion. Under President Trump's visionary leadership, America and Israel are acting together in Iran with great determination and unprecedented strength. Operation Rising Lion is designed to remove the existential threats posed by the Ayatollah regime, the regime that has waged war against America and Israel and the people of Iran for 47 years. It chants death to America, death to Israel, and it delivers death to its own people. Our goals are three. One, removing the nuclear threat. Second, removing the ballistic missile threat, and removing both of these threats before they're buried deep underground and become immune from aerial attack. And third, this means creating the conditions for the Iranian to grasp their freedom, to control their destiny. Today, the Ayatollah regime is not only attacking America, not only attacking Israel, not only attacking the Iranian people, it is attacking the entire Middle East and beyond. They've attacked civilians and American assets in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, and they've even attacked through their proxies Cyprus and Europe. We've warned for decades that their ballistic missile program would be used to attack these targets far and wide, and if they're not stopped, that's just the beginning. The death cult in Iran is trying to blackmail the world by closing a key international maritime route, the Straits of Hormuz. It won't work. Israel is helping in its own way, and intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz, rather. But I want to ask you to imagine how the Ayatollah regime would be able to blackmail the entire world if they had ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles, international range ballistic missiles, and nuclear-tipped warheads. Just imagine what a great threat that would be. So today, Israel and the United States are protecting America, Israel, the entire Middle East, but I venture to say the entire world. Despite the fake news that is unfortunately being spread since the start of the war 20 days ago, we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal is being massively degraded and will be destroyed. Hundreds of their launchers have been destroyed, their stockpiles of missiles are being hit hard, and so are the industries that produce them. That's important. In Rising Line, we destroyed missiles and we destroyed a lot of the nuclear infrastructure. But what we're destroying now are the factories that produce the components to make these missiles and to make the nuclear weapons that they're trying to produce. We're wiping out their industrial base in a way that we didn't do before. Iran's air defenses have been rendered useless. Their navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Today we hit the other part of their navy in the Caspian Sea. Their air force is nearly destroyed. Iran's command and control structure is in utter chaos. And I can tell you that there's still more work to do, and we're going to do it. And I want to close these opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America, and may I add, I think what is also good for future generations. In this case, those interests are absolutely clear, and so is the clarity of our achievements. Together in close coordination with President Trump, close coordination between America and Israel, our militaries, our intelligence services, we're achieving goals in lightning speed. But I want to say another word. It's been said that for 40 years, I've been saying that Iran is a danger to Israel and a danger to the world. That is true. You know who else said that? President Trump. 47 years ago, when the Iranian thugs took over the American embassy, he said how dangerous this regime is. In his first term in office, he didn't need any convincing. He said the Iranian nuclear deal was the worst deal that he'd ever seen, and he walked out of it. Right before his second term, before he was reelected, I went to see him in Mar-a-Lago. The first thing he said to me was, "Bibi, we've got to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons." He said that to me. I didn't say it to him. He didn't need any convincing there either. Now, why did he say that? Because for more than 4 decades, this regime, as I said in the beginning of my remarks, is chanting death to Israel, death to America. But they say Israel is only the small Satan standing in their way. The great Satan is the United States of America. And these ideological fanatics, these lunatics, define their raison d'etre, their reason for being, as wiping out Western civilization and America that leads it. They have claimed the lives, they've maimed and wounded thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate the American president, Donald Trump, not once, but twice. Now they blackmail for oil. Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city and every European city and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for Israel. It's certainly a danger for America. We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand that we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I speak to dozens of world leaders. Dozens. They all know that. And privately, they all say that. They say that privately, but I say it publicly. The world owes a debt of deep indebtedness to President Trump for leading this effort to safeguard our future.
Thank
Questions?
you. We'll now take a few questions. The first question is from Zach Anders from Newsmax.
Mr. Prime Minister, Zach Anders, Newsmax.
Want a transitional leader that will have a transition. You don't want to replace one Ayatollah with another. You don't want to replace Hitler with Himmler. So I think the question is, will the conditions be created for such a change? I think it's too early to say. And I think in the final account, as I said, it's up to the Iranian people to show that, to choose the moment and to rise to the moment. We can create the conditions, but they have to, they have to exploit those conditions at a certain point. It is often said that you can't do revolutions from the air. That is true. You can't do it only from the air. You can do a lot of things from the air, and we're doing, but there has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this ground component, and I take the liberty of not sharing with you all those possibilities.
Would you recognize Pahlavi if the people keep chanting for him in the streets?
Well, I'm not going to say who specifically is going to be there, but I think he's been a force for good. He's been trying to get the people to unite for a transitional government, a democratic transitional government, or a moderate transitional government. I hope that it comes to being. I think it's too early to say.
Next question from Richard Engel from NBC News.
Good to see you again, Mr. Prime.
Well, I think we have concrete goals, how to do it, how to end it. We want to, as I said, decimate the ballistic missile program, which we're doing, decimate the nuclear program, which we're doing. I think that those are goals that are achievable, but I'm not going to put a schedule or a stopwatch on it. I think we have goals that have to be achieved, and we're not counting the days. But I will say this canard that we drag the United States into it is not just a canard, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I think President Trump said it best, and I said it as well many times. There's always a danger in acting. But in conditions of existential threats, there's a much greater danger in not acting. What do you think would have happened if America did not act now? Just imagine what would have happened. In a few months' time, no more than a year, Khamenei, still alive, would have ordered the beginnings of the new nuclear program and the reconstructed ballistic missile program to move underground. Now, it'll take them a little time, maybe a few years, but you can't reach those programs. And they develop intercontinental ballistic missiles, okay? That means missiles that can hit Chicago and New York and Florida and Texas and California. Oh, but they don't have it yet. That's what people said. Right, let's wait. Well, just let them do it, just wait and let them do it. You won't be able to do it. It's the last moment. No, it takes a little time. I mean, you had a few months to prevent them from doing it and to just decimate these industries and perhaps achieve this transitional government in Iran. So you'd sit back and you say, well, it's not going to happen in the next Thursday, so let's not act. I tell you that there's enormous risk in not acting, much greater risk than acting. And if you think that the oil markets are in trouble today, think of Iran with nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. Then think of the blackmail that you would endure.
I didn't exactly ask, however.
Okay, we're going to go to the next question.
No, I think it's only fair. This is a serious subject.
What is the question?
There's one question for,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We don't have a lot of time.
This is the world. Go ahead, ask.
Of course, but you have there are oil fields around the world that are burning. Gas prices are going up. The war is popular here in Israel, is not popular with many Americans. My question was, how do you see this ending? Not why, not even when. What do you imagine the day after?
Well, we have achievable goals, and I'm not going to speak about the full battle plans that we have with the United States. We're well coordinated with them. I will say this, that once we achieve our goals, then I have argued, I think, and Americans understand this very well, because we're real partners. I think that what has to be done is to have alternative routes. Instead of going through the choke points of the Hormuz Straits and the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, in order to have the flow of oil, just have oil pipelines going west through the Arabian Peninsula, right up to Israel, right up to our Mediterranean ports, and you've just done away forever. That is definitely possible. So I see that as a real change that will follow this war. But I also see this war ending a lot faster than people think. I think you have to, in war, you have to grit your teeth. Churchill said that democracies suffer from the slumber of democracies, as he called it. And they only wake up, he said, they may wake up only when they hear the gong, the jarring gong of danger, is the way he put it. Well, you're hearing the jarring gong of danger. The jarring gong of danger is Iran gets nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. That's not a jarring gong. That is an apocalypse. Don't let it happen. And the function of leaders is to stand and tell people the truth, even when things are uncomfortable. That's what you have to do. And you don't always see the danger in time. But leaders are tasked with the task of seeing danger in time and acting on it. And I hope that in time, people will see the wisdom and the courage of President Trump's decision and his leadership, and the fact that we're working together. America is not fighting for Israel. America is fighting with Israel for a common goal, to protect our future, to protect civilization against these barbarians.
Next question, one question, Guy Azriel from I-24 News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Guy Azriel, I-24 News. President Trump said today he did not like the Israeli strike on the Iranian gas fields. My question to you, was the President aware of Israel striking that gas field? Did you approve it? And please, if you may, do you see any signs that the Iranian regime is collapsing? And what assurances do you give the Israeli public that if it does stand on its feet, we will not see another wave of a war with Iran in maybe 5 or 10 years?
Well, I'll say two things. Fact number one, Israel acted alone against the Slawiya gas compound. Fact number two, President Trump asked us to hold off on future attacks, and we're holding out. What do we see? What happens if are there any signs that the Iranian regime is cracking? A lot of signs. A lot of signs. I wish I could divulge all of them, but I see that. But will I tell you, will I commit right now that it's going to collapse? I can tell you that we're working to create the conditions for it to collapse. But it may survive, it may not. If it survives, it'll be a lot weaker. There's no comparison. It'll be at its weakest point, shorn of industries that it built over decades, death industries, shorn of many other capabilities that they have, and equipped with the experience, with the knowledge that if they try it again, they'll be hit again even harder. I cannot tell you of the technological developments that we are engaged in to anticipate this and other possibilities. But Israel has shown that it can do wondrous things. And in partnership with our American allies, we can do amazing things. amazing things. As Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said, these are the two most amazing air forces in the world. It's the two most amazing intelligence services in the world. It has the capabilities to confront these barbarians and to outstrip them, both in innovation and, when necessary, in lethality. It's directed, it's targeted lethality. It's going against the killers and as much as possible to avoid civilian casualties. We have those capacities. We're building them for the future. That is what safeguards the future. You know, if people want to be naive, then they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right, you know? One of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves and to oppose their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up and wakes them up too late. This is where we are now. The fact that people don't see that, the fact that a lot of the news media are harking on a lot of fake news, but also a lot of short-sightedness, and do not see the historic period and the historic struggle that we are engaged in now, doesn't obviate these truths. We have to be strong. We have to be armed. We have to be more powerful than the barbarians, or they will not be merely at the gate. They'll crash our gates and destroy our societies. That's what Israel is doing now with the United States. And I'm very proud of the fact that the Israeli people are standing strong, that the Israeli army is standing strong. We rose from October 7th. Our people, our soldiers, rose like lions. But in protecting ourselves and in joining with our great American friends, we're also protecting the entire world.
Thank you. Next question, Tom Burridge from ABC News.
Hi, Tom Sufi Burridge, ABC News. Prime Minister, given the escalation of attacks on US allies across the Gulf, given the spiraling energy costs, the high costs in general, the US service personnel killed in this war, many Americans are asking that question, whether you misled their government into starting this war, and for how long should Americans keep paying the price?
Well, I misled no one, and I didn't have to convince President Trump about the need to prevent Iran from developing its nuclear program, putting it underground, and being able to launch nuclear-tipped missiles at the United States. He understood that. He explained it to me. I didn't explain it to him. And I think that our partnership is the only way to avoid this catastrophic development. The loss of servicemen is painful. Early on in my military service, a fellow soldier died in my arms. I lost a brother who fought terrorists, led the historic Entebbe rescue. The cost to bereaved families is enormous, and I sympathize and send the condolences of the people of Israel to these families and to the American people. Freedom is precious. It has its costs. But if you're not prepared to defend it, if you're not prepared to resist the tyrannies that are trying to arm themselves with the weapons of mass death, you will have no future. And therefore, we're doing what we can. As far as oil prices rising, spikes, you know what a spike is? You know what a spike is? It goes up and goes down. The Americans are working very hard, and we're trying to help them in every way that we can, to open the Straits of Hormuz. And if they succeed, which I think they will, then oil prices will come down. But if you say, all right, I'm suffering right now, and people are, then I shouldn't do anything. I should just succumb to the blackmail, let Iran get on with it, let them develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them to New York and Los Angeles. You're going to be blackmailed in ways that you can't even imagine. I think what this war has done is unmask what Iran is. You know, we've said for years, look at these people. They're doing things that normal regimes do not do. I don't hear even adversaries of the United States chanting death to America, death to the great Satan, massacring tens of thousands of their own people at will like that in 2 days. You have that sometimes. But the combination of fanaticism, deep ideological lunacy, there's no other way to call it, the total and utter ruthlessness of this regime makes it uniquely dangerous. Uniquely dangerous not only to Israel and to the United States, but to everything in between and far beyond. And the fact that this is not recognized, you ask me, okay, what do people think? What did they think in the 30s? What did they think in the 30s when you had a terrible, ruthless, killer regime led by a lunatic that took one country after the other, did it very sequentially? What did they say? They said what? They said, let's stay out of this. It's not our war. It's not our problem. Maybe it's only the Jews. Have we learned nothing, absolutely nothing in these 80 years? We cannot see the danger that lurks. It doesn't lurk. It isn't from the mud. It's right in our face. It's splattering blood right at us. I can't believe that we're clueless. We're not clueless. I talk to many American friends. They're not clueless. They understand this. Some don't. Some are adamantly opposed, but many are adopting a wait-and-see attitude. But I can tell you that I've spoken, as I said a minute ago, I've spoken to many, many leaders. We're talking about dozens and dozens of leaders. And they all say the same thing. I understand it. Some of them come out and say it. They're bold. And some of them say, I don't know, I wish, I understand it, but some of my people don't, or my news media are against me and so on. I was glad to see in the United States that an enormous enormous percentage of President Trump's supporters, traditional supporters, understand it. And I hope that my friends and colleagues of many years on the other side of the aisle, those who understand and agree with what I just said, and there are quite a few of them, have the courage to come out and say it. Because at the end, what is the task of leaders if you're a leader? The most important thing is to assure the security of your people. And that means identifying danger in time and acting against it. That is a prerequisite for the survival of any biological organism. You have to identify danger in time and act in time against it. You either fight or flight. These are the two options you have. Where can you flee? Nowhere, because Iran can reach any part of the world. So you have to, at a certain point, fight. And this is the juncture where we've reached in time, not too late, but in time. I just will encourage all those who agree with what President Trump is saying, with what I'm saying too, act. I didn't have to convince President Trump of anything. It's to protect his country and to protect the future.
Thank you. Next question, Alex Trayman from JNS. JNS, right behind you, yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel-Lebanon relations and the greater Middle East?
Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what Hezbollah had been. I said in my opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence underground, ready to invade. We knocked them back. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, security zone that is there that prevents this kind of invasion. And we have plans for the future. Obviously, our number one effort is geared towards Iran. If the regime goes, you know that Hezbollah goes. But in any case, we're devising our plans in such a way that we could remove this threat as well.
Thank you. Final question from Jeremy Diamond at CNN.
Mr. Prime Minister, Jeremy Diamond, CNN. Nice to see you. You've assassinated Iran's supreme leader and dozens of other senior Iranian officials. The result of that so far has been the appointment of a new supreme leader considered to be even more hardline than his father. The Iranian regime is not showing any signs of collapse as of now. So I wonder, what do you say to those who say that killing those individuals is in fact empowering the hardliners in Iran? And are you confident that your strategy will still lead to regime change? And then secondly, if I may, you've also indicated today that you made a commitment to President Trump not to strike these oil and gas facilities in the future. Should President Trump come to you one day and say, oil prices are too high, it's time to end this war, will you listen to him? And do you need the United States in order to continue this campaign alone?
Was that a single question? Jeremy, you really hard it, but I'll answer your questions. I'm not sure who's running Iran right now. Mujtaba, the replacement Ayatollah, has not shown his face. Have you seen him? We haven't. And we can't vouch exactly what is happening there. There is a cloud here that's not clear. What we see is that there's a lot of tensions inside the people who are edging for the top. It's not a uniform position. You see that sometimes with the contradictory orders that are given. You know, they do one thing and then they withdraw it and so on. I think it's important that they know that if they think they're going to target the world, target the President of the United States and so on, they themselves are being targeted. That creates a lot of uncertainty. We've found that that can have an effect. The removal of Nasrallah has never been really been replaced, because some people are not replaceable. I think the authority and the hold that Khamenei has had is not going to be translated to anyone, not to Mujtaba if he's there, and not to anyone else. But I think this is part of the effort to crack the regime. It's not going to happen in one day. We're 20 days into this war. Yes, we're seeing cracks. We're seeing cracks, and we're trying to propagate them as we can. Not only in the top command, we're seeing cracks in the field. You know, it's sort of like a hollowed out, rotten piece of wood that's holding on the outside, but there's a lot of rot inside. We're seeing some defections. We're seeing fear and trepidation in the IRGC units that are manning the ballistic missiles. You know why? Because they're afraid to die. They're not all suicidal. In fact, most of them are not. So we're seeing cracks, but we're going to hit them again and again. The minimum thing we want to do is, again, erase the industrial capacity that they had to produce these weapons. They'll have to build it from a start, and that's very hard. It's very hard to do underground, too. So they're not going to be able to just take the pieces and move them below the earth. It's going to be a lot harder for them. But ideally, if it cracks enough, and with some other things that I won't get into, yes, the regime could change. Is it guaranteed? No. And is it up to the Iranian people in the final accounting to make use of the conditions that we're doing in weakening this regime? We'll see. I cannot tell you. They're very brave, by the way. I don't come and criticize them in any way. I think they're very brave. I think they've suffered enormously. And the question is, will we have a meeting ground between the weakening of the regime and the rising of the people? in many ways that could develop. We'll see. On the oil and gas questions, I can only tell you this. Look, I don't think any two leaders have been as coordinated as President Trump and I. He's the leader. I'm, his ally. America is the leader. Israel is, as the National Security Memorandum described us, I think a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I think, something like that. They called Israel the model ally. That's how they call it, the model ally. It's not a superpower, but America is seeking around the world, and you hear it from the speech of President Trump and others in the administration. They say, where are you? We've helped you all these years. Where are you when we're doing something that is as important, at least as important for you as it is important for us? And yet one country is there, and against all the vilifications that are leveled at Israel, Israel is sponging off America and all that. No, it's not. It's not. Israel is a brave country, a resolute country with an incredible army, incredible soldiers, incredible courage, and we're fighting alongside the United States when the chips are down. We're fighting with the United States. We're fighting for a common goal. So I can tell you that that's the most important coordination. But in practice, President Trump and I speak regularly. We discuss things. Our staffs discuss things. Our militaries are in close coordination as never before. But ultimately, President Trump makes his own decisions. And do I respect them? Yes, I do.
The question is whether you would or could continue the war without...
Just one question, Jeremy. Thank you.
Could you without the United States? Without the refueling capabilities, for example?
We're going to close. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
You
Thank
exhausted
you,
your
everyone,
questions.
for your questions today. Thank you, everyone.
תושבי הצפון הם גיבורים. תושבי הצפון עומדים כרגע במעמסה הקשה. כל אזרחי ישראל עומדים במעמסה קשה. אבל הם עומדים במעמסה קשה במיוחד, משום שזמן ההתראה שלהם הוא הכי קצר. ואנחנו מתכוונים לעזור להם בכל דרך, אבל בסוף העזרה הכי גדולה זה להרחיק ולהסיר את האיום, ואנחנו לא נוותר על זה.
Thank you so much.
ואנחנו לא
We're
נוותר
going to
על
be
זה.
concluding now.
תודה רבה
Thank you,
לכם.
Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you.